All Cats Are Gray by Andre Norton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. All Cats Are Gray by Andre Norton. Under normal conditions, a whole person has a decided advantage over a handicapped one. But out in deep space, the normal may be reversed. For humans, at any rate. Stina of the Spaceways. That sounds just like a corny title for one of the stellar veto spreads. I ought to know. I've tried my hand at writing enough of them. Only this Stina was no glamour babe. She was as colorless as a lunar plant. Even the hair nettled down to her skull had a sort of grayish cast, and I never saw her but once draped in anything but a shapeless and baggy gray spaceall. Stina was strictly background stuff, and that's where she mostly spent her free hours, in the smelly, smoky background corners of any stellar port dive frequented by free spacers. If you really looked for her, you could spot her, just sitting there listening to the talk, listening and remembering. She didn't open her mouth often, but when she did, spacers had learned to listen. And the lucky few who heard her rare spoken words, these will never forget Stina. She drifted from port to port. Being an expert operator on the big calculators, she found jobs wherever she cared to stay for a time. And she came to be something like the master-minded machines she tended, smooth, gray, without much personality of her own. But it was Stina who told Bub Nelson about the Jovan moon rights, and her warning saved Bub's life 6 months later. It was Stina who identified the piece of stone Keene Clark was passing around a table one night, rightly calling it unworked slitite. That started a rush which made 10 fortunes overnight for men who were down to their last jets. And last of all, she cracked the case of the Empress of Mars. All the boys who had profited by her queer store of knowledge and her photographic memory tried at one time or another to balance the scales, but she wouldn't take so much as a cup of canal water at their expense, let alone the credits they tried to push on her. Bub Nelson was the only one who got around her refusal. It was he who brought her Bat. About a year after the Jovan affair, he walked into the free fall one night and dumped Bat down on her table. Bat looked at Stina and growled. She looked calmly back at him and nodded once. From then on they traveled together, the thin gray woman and the big gray tomcat. Bat learned to know the inside of more stellar bars than even most spacers visit in their lifetimes. He developed a liking for vernal juice, drank it neat and quick, right out of the glass. And he was always at home on any table where Stina elected to drop him. This is really the story of Stina, Bat, Cliff Moran, and the Empress of Mars. A story which is already a legend of the Spaceways. And it's a damn good story, too, I ought to know, having framed the first version of it myself. For I was there, right in the Ryle Royal, when it all began on the night that Cliff Moran blew in, looking lower than an ant-man's belly and twice as nasty. He'd had a spell of luck foul enough to twist a man into a slug snake, and we all knew that there was an attachment out for his ship. Cliff had fought his way up from the back courts of Venaport. Lose his ship, and he'd slip back there to rot. He was at the snarling stage that night when he picked out a table for himself and set out to drink away his troubles. However, just as the first bottle arrived, so did a visitor. Stina came out of her corner, Bat curled around her shoulders stole-wise, his favorite mode of travel. She crossed over and dropped down without invitation at Cliff's side. That shook him out of his sulks, because Stina never chose company when she could be alone. If one of the man-stones on Ganymede had come stumping in, it wouldn't have made more of us look out of the corners of our eyes. She stretched out one long-fingered hand and set aside the bottle he had ordered and said only one thing. "It's about time for the Empress of Mars to appear again." Cliff scowled and bit his lip. He was tough as jet lining. You have to be granite inside and out to struggle up from Venaport to a ship command. But we could guess what was running through his mind at that moment. The Empress of Mars was just about the biggest prize a spacer could aim for. But in the 50 years she had been following her queer derelict orbit through space, many men had tried to bring her in, and none had succeeded. A pleasure ship carrying untold wealth, she had been mysteriously abandoned in space by passengers and crew, none of whom had ever been seen or heard of again. At intervals thereafter she had been sighted, even boarded. Those who ventured into her either vanished or returned swiftly without any believable explanation of what they had seen, wanting only to get away from her as quickly as possible. But the man who could bring her in, or even strip her clean in space, that man would win the jackpot. "All right," Cliff slammed his fist down on the table. "I'll try even that." Stina looked at him much as she must have looked at Bat the day Bub Nelson brought him to her, and nodded. That was all I saw. The rest of the story came to me in pieces months later, and in another port half the system away. Cliff took off that night. He was afraid to risk waiting, with a writ out that could pull the ship from under him. And it wasn't until he was in space that he discovered his passengers, Stina and Bat. We'll never know what happened then. I'm betting that Stina made no explanation at all. She wouldn't. It was the first time she had decided to cash in on her own tip, and she was there. That was all. Maybe that point weighed with Cliff. Maybe he just didn't care. Anyway, the three were together when they sighted the Empress, riding, her dead lights gleaming, a ghost ship in night space. She must have been an eerie sight, because her other lights were on too, in addition to the red warnings at her nose. She seemed alive, a Flying Dutchman of space. Cliff worked his ship skillfully alongside, and had no trouble in snapping magnetic lines to her lock. Some minutes later the three of them passed into her. There was still air in her cabins and corridors, air that bore a faint, corrupt taint which set Bat to sniffing greedily, and could be picked up even by the less sensitive human nostrils. Cliff headed straight for the control cabin, but Stina and Bat went prowling. Closed doors were a challenge to both of them, and Stina opened each as she passed, taking a quick look at what lay within. The fifth door opened on a room which no woman could leave without further investigation. I don't know who had been housed there when the Empress left port on her last lengthy cruise. Anyone really curious can check back on the old photo reg cards. But there was a lavish display of silks trailing out of 2 travel kits on the floor, a dressing table crowned with crystal and jeweled containers, along with other lures for the female which drew Stina in. She was standing in front of the dressing table when she glanced into the mirror, glanced into it, and froze. Over her right shoulder she could see the spider silk cover on the bed. Right in the middle of that sheer gossamer expanse was a sparkling heap of gems, the dumped contents of some jewel case. Bat had jumped to the foot of the bed and flattened out as cats will, watching those gems, watching them, and something else. Stina put out her hand blindly and caught up the nearest bottle. As she unstoppered it, she watched the mirrored bed. A gemmed bracelet rose from the pile, rose in the air, and tinkled its siren song. It was as if an idle hand played. Bat spat almost noiselessly, but he did not retreat. Bat had not yet decided on his course. She put down the bottle. Then she did something which perhaps few of the men she had listened to through the years could have done. She moved without hurry or sign of disturbance on a tour about the room. And although she approached the bed, she did not touch the jewels. She could not force herself to that. It took her 5 minutes to play out her innocence and unconcern. Then it was Bat who decided the issue. He leaped from the bed and escorted something to the door, remaining a careful distance behind. Then he mewed loudly twice. Stina followed him and opened the door wider. Bat went straight on down the corridor, as intent as a hound on the warmest of scents. Stina strolled behind him, holding her pace to the unhurried gait of an explorer. What sped before them both was invisible to her, but Bat was never baffled by it. They must have gone into the control cabin almost on the heels of the unseen, if the unseen had heels, which there was good reason to doubt, for Bat crouched just within the doorway and refused to move on. Stina looked down the length of the instrument panels and officers' station seats to where Cliff Moran worked. On the heavy carpet her boots made no sound, and he did not glance up, but sat humming through set teeth as he tested the tardy and reluctant responses to buttons which had not been pushed in years. To human eyes they were alone in the cabin, but Bat still followed a moving something with his gaze, and it was something with which he at last made up his mind to distrust and dislike. For now even he took a step or two forward and spat, his loathing made plain by every raised hair along his spine. And in that same moment Stina saw a flicker of vague outline against Cliff's hunched shoulders, as if the invisible one had crossed the space between them. But why had it been revealed against Cliff, and not against the back of one of the seats, or against the panels, the walls of the corridor, or the cover of the bed where it had reclined and played with its lute? What could Bat see? The storehouse memory that had served Stina so well through the years clicked open a half-forgotten door. With one swift motion she tore loose her space-awl and flung the baggy garment across the back of the nearest seat. Bat was snarling now, emitting the throaty, rising cry that was his hunting song, but he was edging back towards Stina's feet, shrinking from something he could not fight, but which he faced defiantly. If he could draw it after him, past that dangling space-awl, he had to. It was their only chance. What the... Cliff had come out of his seat and was staring at them. What he saw must have been weird enough. Stina, bare-armed and shouldered, her usually stiffly netted hair falling wildly down her back. Stina watching empty space with narrowed eyes and set mouth, calculating a single wild chance. Bat, crouched on his belly, retreating from thin air, step by step, and wailing like a demon. "Toss me your blaster," Stina gave the order calmly, as if they still sat at their table in the Rigel Royal. And as quietly Cliff obeyed. She caught the small weapon out of the air with a steady hand, caught and leveled it. "Stay just where you are," she warned. "Back, Bat! Bring it back!" With a last throat-splitting screech of rage and hate, Bat twisted to safety between her boots. She pressed the thumb and forefinger, firing at the space-awls. The material turned to powdery flakes of ash, except for certain bits which still flapped from the scorched seat, as if something had protected them from the force of the blast. Bat sprang straight up in the air with a scream that tore their ears. "What?" began Cliff again. Stina made a warning motion with her left hand. "Wait." She was still tense, still watching Bat. The cat dashed madly around the cabin twice, running crazily, with white ringed eyes and flecks of foam on his muzzle. Then he stopped abruptly in the doorway, stopped and looked back over his shoulder for a long silent moment. He sniffed delicately. Stina and Cliff could smell it now, too. A thick, oily stench which was not the usual odor left by an exploding blaster shell. Bat came back, treading daintily across the carpet, almost on the tips of his paws. He raised his head as he passed Stina, and then he went confidently beyond to sniff and spit twice at the unburned strips of the space-awl. Having thus paid his respects to the late enemy, he sat down calmly and set to washing his fur with deliberation. Stina sighed once and dropped into the navigator's seat. "Maybe now you'll tell me what in the hell's happened," Cliff exploded as he took the blaster out of her hand. "Gray," she said dazedly. "It must have been gray, or I couldn't have seen it like that. I'm colorblind, you see. I can see only shades of gray. My whole world is gray. Like Bat's. His world is gray, too. All gray. But he's been compensated, for he can see above and below our range of color vibrations, and apparently so can I." Her voice quavered, and she raised her chin with a new air Cliff had never seen before, a sort of proud acceptance. She pushed back her wandering hair, but she made no move to imprison it under the heavy net again. "That is why I saw the thing when it crossed between us, against your space-awl. It was another shade of gray, an outline. So I put out mine and waited for it to show against that. It was our only chance, Cliff. It was curious at first, I think, and it knew we couldn't see it, which is why it waited to attack. But when Bat's actions gave it away, it moved. So I waited to see that flicker against the space-awl, and then I let him have it. It's really very simple." Cliff laughed a bit shakily. "But what was this gray thing? I don't get it." "I think it was what made the Empress a derelict. Something out of space, maybe, or from another world somewhere." She waved her hands. "It's invisible because it's a color beyond our range of sight. It must have stayed in here all these years. And it kills, it must, when its curiosity is satisfied." Swiftly she described the scene in the cabin, and the strange behavior of the gem pile which had betrayed the creature to her. Cliff did not return his blaster to its holster. "Any more of them on board, do you think?" He didn't look pleased at the prospect. Stina turned to Bat. He was paying particular attention to the space between two front toes in the process of a complete bath. "I don't think so, but Bat will tell us if there are. He can see them clearly, I believe." But there weren't any more, and 2 weeks later Cliff, Stina, and Bat brought the Empress into the lunar quarantine station. And that is the end of Stina's story, because, as we have been told, happy marriages need no chronicles. and Stina had found someone who knew of her gray world and did not find it too hard to share with her. Someone besides Bat. It turned out to be a real love match. The last time I saw her she was wrapped in a flame-red cloak from the looms of Rigel, and wore a fortune in Jovan rubies blazing on her wrists. Cliff was flipping a 3-figure credit bill to a waiter, and Bat had a row of Vernal juice glasses set up before him. Just a little family party out on the town. End of All Cats Are Gray by Andre Norton.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Tom Hackett, djhackett.newgrounds.com. Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute, don't go off. I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optus turned with dignity. "I am going back to the village." He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth—" The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. "My God!" He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig! A huge, dirty pig!" "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped, its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs, so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," Fred said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It glanced around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it." He advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents?" "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that. Then potatoes, and mash, and scraps from the table, and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up anymore. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out. The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. Really, Captain, the wub said, I suggest we talk of other matters. The room was silent. What was that? Franco said. Just now. The wub, sir, Peterson said. It spoke. They all looked at the wub. What did it say? What did it say? It suggested we talk about other things. Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. I wonder if there's a native inside it, he said thoughtfully. Maybe we should open it up and have a look. Oh, goodness, the wub cried. Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting? Franco clenched his fist. Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out! Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. I beg your pardon, the wub said. I don't think there's anyone in there, Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. You wanted me, Captain? He said. What's this thing? This is a wub, Franco said. It's to be eaten. We measure it and figure out. I think we should have a talk, the wub said. I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues. The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. Come into my office, the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs. I wonder what the outcome will be, the cook said. Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you're here. Sure, Jones said. Sure. The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. You must forgive me, it said. I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I... The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. All right, he said. Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct? The wub shrugged. I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term. And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before? No. Then how do you do it? Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind. My mind? I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see, the captain said. Telepathy, of course. We are a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game. How do you live? Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic. Tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. Could see the image in your mind. Most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit of your pet cat. So you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines? A few odds and ends, the wub said absently, staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nest and sweep them. Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem, quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me. Rather you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts. The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage. I know, the wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us cast one vote... The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet. "So you see," the wub said, "we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus." Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. "Go on," he said. "Please, go on." "I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation." "But Odysseus returns to his home." Peterson looked out the port window, at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. "Finally, he goes home." "As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race." The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. "Are you all right?" Frank said. "Do you mean me?" Peterson said, surprised. "Why me?" Franco lowered his gun. "Come over here," he said to Peterson. "Get up and come here." There was silence. "Go ahead," the wub said. "It doesn't matter." Peterson stood up. "What for?" "It's an order!" Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. "What's going on?" Peterson wrenched loose. "What's the matter with you?" Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall. "It is interesting," the wub said, "that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why." "Get up," Franco said. "If you wish." The wub rose, grunting. "Be patient. It is difficult for me." It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. "Shoot it now," French said. "For God's sake!" Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. "You didn't see him, like a statue standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there." "Who, the captain?" Peterson stared around. "But he's all right now." They looked at the wub standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. "Come on," Franco said. "Out of the way." The men pulled aside toward the door. "You are quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native." The gun jerked. "See?" Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it. "It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical." Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." French nodded. "Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out." "Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you." Franco raised his gun. "I'm going out," Jones said, his face white and sick. "I don't want to see it." "Me too," French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. "Was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone." He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. "A very foolish thing," it said. "I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related." It stopped, staring at the gun. "Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?" The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm we had hogs. Dirty, razorback hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More? And some wine, perhaps?" "Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room." "Me too." Jones stood up, pushing his chart back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It is only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I, myself, love to eat. It is one of the great things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. Two more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths—" Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him." End of Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. Recorded by Tom Hackett. djhackett.newgrounds.com.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ted Ryan. The Gallery by Raj Phillips. Aunt Matilda needed him desperately. But when he arrived, she did not want him, and neither did anyone else in his hometown. I was in the midst of the fourth draft of my doctorate thesis when Aunt Matilda's telegram came. It could not have come at a worse time. The deadline for my thesis was 4 days away, and there was a minimum of 5 days of hard work to do on it yet. I was working around the clock. If it had been a telegram informing me of her death, I could not have taken time out to attend the funeral. If it had been a telegram saying she was at death's door, I'm very much afraid I would have had to call the hospital and order them to keep her alive a few days longer. Instead, it was a tersely worded appeal. "Arthur, stop. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. Stop. Do not phone. Stop. Aunt Matilda." So there was nothing else for me to do. I laid the telegram aside and kept on working on my thesis. That is not as heartless as it might seem. I simply could not imagine Aunt Matilda in terrible trouble. The end of the world I could imagine, but not Aunt Matilda in trouble. She was the classic, flat-chested, ageless spinster living alone in the midst of her dustless bric-a-brac and spode, in a frame house of the same vintage as herself, at the edge of the classic small town of Sumac, near the southwest corner of Wisconsin. I had visited her for 2 days over a year ago, and she looked exactly the same as she had when I stayed with her when I was 6 all summer. There was no question but she would someday attend my funeral when I died of old age, and she would still look the same as always. There was no conceivable trouble of terrestrial origin that could touch her, or would want to. As it turned out, I was right in that respect. I was right in another respect, too. By finishing my thesis, I became a PhD on schedule. And if I had abandoned all that and rushed to Sumac the moment I received the telegram, it could not have materially altered the outcome of things. And Aunt Matilda, hanging on the wall of my study, knitting things for the Red Cross, will attest to that. You, of course, might argue about her being there. You might even insist that I am hanging on her wall instead. And I would have to agree with you. since it all depends on the point of view, and as I sit here typing, I can look up and see myself hanging on her wall. But perhaps I had better begin at the beginning. When, with my thesis behind me, I arrived on the 4:15 milk run, as they call the train that stops on its way past Sumac, I was in a very disturbed state of mind, as anyone who ever turned in a doctorate thesis can well imagine. For the life of me, I couldn't be sure whether I had used symbol or token on line 7, sheet 23 of my thesis, and it was a bad habit of mine to unconsciously interchange them unpredictably, and I knew that Dr. Walters could very well vote against acceptance of my thesis on that ground alone. Also, I had thought of a much better opening sentence to my thesis, and was having to use willpower to keep from rushing back to the university to ask permission to change it. I had practically no sleep during the 14-hour run, and what sleep I did have had been interrupted by violent starts of awaking with a conviction that this or that error in the initial draft of my thesis had not been corrected by the final draft. And then, of course, I would have to think the thing through and recall when I had made the correction before I could go back to sleep. So I was a wreck, mentally if not physically, when I stepped off the train onto the wooden depot platform that had certainly been built in the Pleistocene era, with my oxblood two-suiter firmly clutched in my left hand. With snorts of steam and the loud clanking of loose drives, the train got underway, its whistle wailing mournfully as the last empty coach car sped past me and retreated into the distance. As I stood there, my brain tingling with weariness, and listened to the absolute silence of the town triumph over the last distant wail of the train whistle, I became aware that something about Sumac was different. What it was, I didn't know. I stood where I was a moment longer, trying to analyze it. In some indefinable way, everything looked unreal. That was as close as I could come to it, and, of course, having pinned it down that far, I at once dismissed it as a trick of the mind, produced by tiredness. I began walking. The planks of the platform were certainly real enough. I circled the depot without going in, and started walking in the direction of Aunt Matilda's, which was only a short 8 blocks from the depot, as I had known since I was 6. The feeling of the unreality of my surroundings persisted, and with it came another feeling of an invisible pressure against me, almost a resentment, not only from the people, but from the houses and even the trees. Slowly I began to realize that it couldn't be entirely my imagination. Most of the dozen or so people I passed knew me, and I remembered suddenly that every other time I had come to Aunt Matilda's, they had stopped to talk to me, and had to make some excuse to escape them. Now they were behaving differently. They would look at me absently, as they might at any stranger walking from the direction of the depot. Then their eyes would light up with recognition, and they would open their lips to greet me with hearty welcome. Then, as though they just thought of something, they would change, and they would just say, "Hello, Arthur," and continue on past me. It didn't take me long to conclude that this strange behavior was probably caused by something in connection with Aunt Matilda. Had she perhaps been named as correspondent in the divorce of the local minister? Had she, of all people, had a child out of wedlock? Things in a small town can be deadly serious, so by the time her familiar frame house came into view down the street, I was ready to keep a straight face no matter what, and reserve my chuckles for the privacy of her guest room. It would be a new experience to find Aunt Matilda guilty of any human frailty. It was slightly impossible, but I had prepared myself for it. And that first day, her behavior convinced me I was right in my conclusion. She appeared in the doorway as I came up the front walk. She was breathing hard and as though she had been running, and there was a dust streak on the side of her thin face. "Hello, Arthur," she said when I came up on the porch. She shook my hand as limply as always and gave me a reluctant duty peck on the cheek, and then backed into the house to give me room to enter. I glanced around the familiar surroundings. waiting for her to blurt out the cause of her telegram and feeling a little guilty about not having come at once. I felt the loneliness inside her more than I ever had before. There was a terror way back in her eyes. "You look tired, Arthur," she said. "Yes," I said, glad of the opportunity she had given me to explain. "I had to finish my thesis, and I had to get it in by last night. 2 solid years of hard work, and it had to be done or the whole thing was for nothing. That's why I couldn't come 4 days ago, and you seemed quite insistent that I shouldn't call." I smiled to let her know that I remembered about party lines in a small town. "It's just as well," she said, and while I was trying to decide what the antecedent of her remark was, she said, "You can go back on the morning train." "You mean the trouble is over?" I said, relieved. "Yes," she said, but she had hesitated. It was the first time I had ever seen her tell a lie. "You must be hungry," she rushed on. "Put your suitcase in the kitchen, wash up." She turned her back to me and hurried into the kitchen. I was hungry. The memory of her homey cooking did it. I glanced around the front room. Nothing had changed, I thought. Then I noticed the framed portrait of my father and his 3 brothers. It was hanging where the large print of a basket of fruit used to hang. The basket of fruit picture was where the portrait should have been, and it was entirely too big a picture for that spot. I would never have thought Aunt Matilda could tolerate anything out of proportion, and the darker area of the wallpaper where the fruit picture had prevented fading stood out like a sore thumb. I looked around the room for other changes. The boat picture that had hung to the right of the front door was not there. On the floor under where it should have been, I caught the flash of light from a shard of glass. Next to it, the draped framing of the window was not hanging right. On impulse, I went over and peeked behind the drape. There, leaning against the wall, was the boat picture with fragments of splintered glass still in it. From the evidence, it appeared that Aunt Matilda had either been trying to hang the picture where it belonged, or taking it down, and it had slipped out of her hands and fallen, and she had hidden it behind the drape and hastily swept up the broken glass. But why? Even granting that Aunt Matilda might behave in such an erratic fashion, which was obvious from the evidence, I couldn't imagine a sensible reason. It occurred to me facetiously that she might have gone in for pictures of muscle men, and seeing me coming up the street, she had rushed them into hiding and brought out the old pictures. That could account for the evidence, except for one thing. I hadn't dallied. She could not possibly have seen me earlier than 60 seconds before I came up the front walk. Still, the telegrapher at the depot could have called her and told her I was here when he saw me get off the train. I shrugged the matter off and went to the guest room. It, too, was the same as always, except for one thing. A picture. It was a color photograph of the church, taken from the street. The picture was in a frame, but without glass hanging over it, and was about 18 inches wide and 30 high. It was a very good picture, very, very, very lifelike. There was a car parked at the curb in front of the church, and someone inside the car smoking a cigarette. And it was so real, I would have sworn I could see the streamer of smoke rising from the cigarette moving. The odor of good food came from the kitchen, reminding me to get busy. I opened my 2-suiter and took out my toilet kit and went to the bathroom. I shaved, brushed my teeth, combed my hair. Afterwards, I popped into my room just for a second to put my toilet kit on the dresser and hurried to the dining room. Something nagged at the back of my mind all the time I was eating. After dinner, Aunt Matilda suggested I'd better get some sleep. I couldn't argue. I was already asleep on my feet. Her fried chicken and creamed gravy and mashed potatoes had been an opiate. I didn't even bother to hang up my clothes. I slipped into the heaven of comfort of the bed and closed my eyes, and the next minute it was morning. Getting out of bed, I stopped in mid-motion. The picture of the church was no longer on the wall, and as I stared at the blank spot where it had been, the thing that nagged me during dinner last night finally leaped into consciousness. When I had dashed into the room and out again last night on the way to the dining room, I had glanced briefly at the picture, and something had been different about it. Now I knew what had been different. The car had no longer been in front of the church. I lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the bed. I thought about that picture and simply could not bring myself to believe the accuracy of that fleeting impression. Aunt Matilda had slipped into my room and removed the picture while I slept. That was obvious. Why had she done that? The fleeting impression that I couldn't be positive about would give her a sensible reason. I studied my memory of that picture as I had closely studied it. It had been a remarkable picture. The more I recalled its details, the more remarkable it became. I couldn't remember any surface gloss or graining to it, but of course, I had not been looking for such things. Only an expert photographer would notice or recognize such technical details. My thoughts turned in the direction of Aunt Matilda and her telegram. Her source of income, I knew, was her part of the estate of my grandfather and amounted to something like $30,000. I knew that she was terrified of touching 1 cent of the capital and lived well within the income from good, sound stocks. I took her telegram out of the pocket of my coat, which was hanging over the back of a chair. Come at once. Stop. Am in terrible trouble. The only kind of terrible trouble Matilda could be in was if some swindler talked her out of some of her capital, and that definitely would not be easy to do. I grinned to myself at the recollection of her worrying herself sick over what would happen to her if there was a revolution and the new government refused to honor the old government bonds. Things began to make sense. Her telegram, then those pictures moved around in the front room, and the one she had forgotten to hide in the guest room. If the other pictures were anything like it, I could see how Aunt Matilda might cash in on part of her securities to invest in what she thought was a sure thing. But sure things are only as good as the people in control of them. Many a sure thing has been lost to the original investors by stupid decisions leading to bankruptcy, and many a seemingly sure thing has fleeced a lot of innocent victims. Slowly, as I thought it out, I became sure that that was what had happened. Then why Aunt Matilda's about-face, hiding the pictures and telling me to go back to Chicago? Had she threatened whoever was behind this and gotten her money back, or had she become convinced that her financial venture was sound? In either case, why was she trying to keep me from knowing about the pictures? I made up my mind. Whether Aunt Matilda liked it or not, I was going to stay until I got to the bottom of things. What Aunt Matilda evidently didn't realize was that no inventor who really had something would waste time trying to find backing in a place like Sumac. Getting dressed, I decided that first on the agenda would be to find where Aunt Matilda had hidden those pictures and to get a good look at them. That was simpler than I expected it to be. When I came out of my room, I stuck my head in the kitchen doorway and said good morning to her, and she leaped to her feet to get some breakfast ready for me. It was obvious that she was anxious to get me fed and out of the house. Then I simply took the 2 steps past the bathroom door to her bedroom and went in. The pictures were stacked against the side of her dresser. The one of the church was the first one. It was on its side. With a silent whistle of amazement, I bent down to watch it. The car was not parked at the curb in it, but there were several children walking along, obviously on their way to school. And they were walking, moving. I picked up the picture. It was as heavy as it should be, but not more. A faint whisper of sound seemed to come from it. I put my ear closer and heard the children's voices. I explored with my ear close to the surface and found that the voices were loudest when my ear was closest to the one talking, as though the voices came out of the picture directly from the images. All it needed to be perfect was a volume control somewhere. I searched and found it behind the upper right corner of the picture. I twisted it very slowly, and the voices became louder. I turned it back to the position it had been in. The next picture was of the railroad depot. The telegrapher and baggage clerk were going around the side of the depot towards the tracks. A freight train was rushing through the picture. Even as I watched it in the picture, I heard the wail of a train whistle in the distance. And it was coming from outside across town. That freight train was going through town right now. I put the pictures back the way they had been and stole softly from Aunt Matilda's bedroom to the bathroom and closed the door. No wonder Aunt Matilda invested in this thing, I said to my image in the mirror as I shaved. Picture TV would make all other TV receivers obsolete. Color TV at that. And some new principle in stereophonic sound. What about the fact that neither picture had been plugged into an outlet, probably run by batteries? What about the lack of weight? Obviously a new TV principle was involved. Maybe it required fewer circuits and less power. What about the broadcasting end, the cameras? Permanently set up? What about the broadcast channels? There had been 10 or 12 pictures. I had only looked at 2. Was each a different scene? 12 different broadcasting stations in sumac? It had me dizzy. Probably the new TV principle was so simple that all that could be taken care of without millions of dollars worth of equipment. A new respect for Aunt Matilda grew in me. She had latched onto a moneymaker. It didn't hurt to know that I was her favorite nephew either. With my PhD in physics and my aunt as one of the stockholders, I could probably land a good job with the company. What a deal. By the time I finished shaving, I was whistling. I was still whistling when I went into the kitchen for breakfast. "You'll have to hurry, Arthur," Aunt Matilda said. "Your train leaves in 45 minutes. "I'm not leaving," I said cheerfully. I went over to the bright breakfast nook and sat down and took a cautious sip of coffee. I grunted my approval of it and looked around toward Aunt Matilda, smiling. She was staring at me with wide eyes. She looked as haggard as though she had just heard she had a week to live. "But you must go," she croaked, as though not going were unthinkable. "Nonsense, you old fox," I said. "I know a good thing as well as you do. I want to get a job with that outfit." She came toward me with a wild expression on her face. "Get out!" she screamed. "Get out of my house! I won't have it! You catch that train and get out of town, do you hear?" "But Aunt Matilda," I protested. In the end, I had to get out or she would have had a stroke. She was shaking like a leaf, her skin mottled, her eyes wild, as I went down the front steps with my bag. "You get that train, do you hear?" was the last thing she screamed at me as I hurried toward Main Street. However, I had no intention of leaving town with Aunt Matilda upset that way. I'd let her have time to cool off and then come back. Meanwhile, I'd try to get to the bottom of things. A thing as big as wall TV in full color and stereophonic sound must be the talk of the town. I'd find out where they had their office and go talk to them. A career with something like that would be the best thing I could ever hope to find, and getting in on the ground floor. It surprised me that Aunt Matilda could be so insanely greedy. I shook my head in wonder. It didn't figure. I had breakfast at the hotel cafe and made a point of telling the waitress, who knew me, that it was my second breakfast and that I had intended to catch the morning train back to Chicago, but maybe I wouldn't. After I finished eating, I asked if it would be okay to leave my suitcase behind the counter while I looked around a bit. She showed me where to put it, so it would be out of the way. When I paid for my breakfast, I half turned away and then turned back casually. "Oh, by the way," I said, "where's this wall TV place?" "This what?" she said. "You know," I said, "colored TV like a picture you hang on the wall." All the color faded from her face. Her eyes went past me, staring. I turned in the direction she was staring, and on the wall above the plate glass front of the cafe was a picture. That is, there was a picture frame and a pair of dark glasses that took up most of the picture, with the lower part of a forehead and the upper part of a nose. I had noticed it once while I was eating and had assumed it was a display ad for sunglasses. Now I looked at it more closely, but could not detect movement in it. It still looked like an ad for sunglasses. "I don't know what you're talking about," I heard the waitress say, her voice edged with fear. "Huh?" I said, turning my head back to look at her. "Oh well, never mind." I left the cafe with every outward appearance of casual innocence, But inside, I was beginning to realize for the first time the possibilities and the danger that could lie in the use of this new TV development. That had been a Big Brother is watching you setup back there in the cafe. Except that it had been a girl instead of a man, judging from the style of the sunglasses and the smoothness of the nose and the forehead. I had wondered about the broadcasting end of things. Now I knew. That had been the TV eye. And somewhere there was a framed picture hanging on the wall, bringing in everything that took place in the cafe, including everything that was said, everything I had said too. It was an ominous feeling. Aunt Matilda almost had a stroke trying to get me out of town. Now I knew why. She was caught in this thing and wanted to save me. 4 days ago, she had probably not fully realized the potentiality for evil of the invention, but by the time I showed up, she knew it. Well, she was right. This was not something for me to tackle. I would keep up my appearance of not suspecting anything and catch that train Aunt Matilda wanted me to catch. From way out in the country came the whistle of the approaching milk run, the train that would take me back to Chicago. In Chicago, I would go to the FBI and I would tell them the whole thing. They wouldn't believe me, of course, but they would investigate. If the thing hadn't spread any further than Sumac, it would be a simple matter to stop it. I'd hurry back to the cafe and get my suitcase and tell the waitress I'd decided to catch the train after all. I turned around. Only I didn't turn around. That's as nearly as I could describe it. I did turn around, I know I did. But the town turned around with me, and the sun and the clouds and the countryside. So maybe I only thought I turned around. When I tried to stop walking, it was different. I simply could not stop walking. Nothing was in control of my mind. It was more like stepping on the brakes and the brakes not responding. I gave up trying, more curious about what was happening than alarmed. I walked 2 blocks along Main Street. Ahead of me, I saw a sign. It was the only new sign I had seen in Sumac. In ornate neon script, it said, "Portraits by Lana." I don't know whether my feet took me inside independently of my mind or not, because I was sure that this was the place and I wanted to go anyway. Not much had been done to modernize the interior of the shop. I remembered the last time I had been here, it had been a stamp collector headquarters run by Mr. Mason and his wife. The counter was still there, but instead of stamp displays, it held a variety of standard portraits such as you can see in any portrait studio. None of the TV portraits were on display here. The same bell that used to tinkle when I came into the stamp store tinkled in back of the partition when I came in. A moment later, the curtain in the doorway of the partition parted and a girl came out. How can I describe her? In appearance, she was any one of 1,000 smartly dressed brunettes that wait on you in quality photograph studios. And yet she wasn't. She was as much above that in cut as in the average smartly dressed girl is above a female alcoholic after a 10-day drunk. She was perfect. Too perfect. She was the type of girl a man would dream of meeting someday, but if he ever did, he would run like hell because he'd never hoped to live up to any such perfection. "You have come to have your portrait taken?" she asked. "I am Lana." "I thought you already had my portrait," I said. "Didn't you get it from that eye in the hotel cafe?" "It's not the same thing," Lana said. "Through an eye, you remain a variable in the Mantram complex. It takes the camera to fix you, so that you are an iconic invariant in the Mantram." She smiled and half turned toward the curtain she had come through. "Would you step this way, please?" she invited. "How much will it cost?" I said, not moving. "Nothing, of course," she said. "Terrestrial money is of no use to me, since you have nothing I would care to buy. And don't be alarmed, no harm will come to you or anyone else." A fleeting expression of concern came over her face. I realize that many of the people of Sumac are quite alarmed, but that is to be expected of people uneducated enough to still be superstitious. I went past her through the curtain, Behind the partition, I expected to see out-of-this-world scientific equipment stacked to the ceiling. Instead, there was only a portrait camera on a tripod. It had a long bellows and would take a plate the same size as that picture of the church I had seen. "You see," Lana said, "it's just a camera." She smiled disarmingly. I went toward it casually, and suddenly I stopped as though another mind controlled my actions. When I gave up the idea I had had of smashing the camera, the control vanished. There was no lens in the lens frame. "Where's the lens?" I said. "It doesn't use a glass lens," Lana said. "When I take the picture, a lens forms just long enough to focus the elements of your body into a Mantram fix." She touched my shoulder. "Would you sit down over there, please?" "What do you mean a Mantram fix?" I asked her. She paused by the camera and smiled at me. "I use your language," she said. "In some of your legends you have the notion of a Mantram, or what you consider magical spell. In one aspect, the notion is of magical words that can manipulate natural forces directly. The notion of a devil doll is a little closer. Only instead of actual substance from the subject, hair, fingernail, and so on, the Mantram matrix takes the detailed force pattern of the subject through the lens when it forms. So in your concepts, what results is an iconic Mantram, but it operates both ways. You'll see what I mean by that." With another placating smile, she stepped behind the camera, and without warning, light seemed to explode from the very air around me, without any source. For a brief second, I seemed to see not a glittering lens, but a black, bottomless hole form in the metal circle at the front of the camera. And an experience I am familiar with now, it seemed to rush into the bottomless darkness of that hole and back again, at the rate of thousands of times a second, arriving at some formless destination, and each time feeling it take on more of form. "There, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Lana said. I felt strangely detached, as though I were in two places at the same time, and I told her so. "You'll get used to it," she assured me. "In fact, you'll get to enjoy it. I do. Especially when I've made several prints." "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Who are you? What are you?" "I'm a photographer," Lana said. "I'm connected with the Natural History Museum of the planet I live on. I go to various places and take pictures, and they go into exhibits for the people to watch." She pulled the curtain aside for me to leave. "You're going to let me leave, just like that?" I said. "Of course." She smiled again. "You're free to go wherever you wish. To your aunt's or back to Chicago. I was glad to get your portrait. In return, I'll send you one of the prints." "And would you like one of your aunts?" "Actually, when she came in to have her picture taken, it was for the purpose of sending it to you. She was my first customer. I've taken a special liking to her and given her several pictures." "Yes," I said, "I would like one of Aunt Matilda." When I emerged from the shop, I discovered to my surprise that the train was just pulling into the depot. An urge to get far away from Sumac possessed me. I trotted to the cafe to get my bag, and when the train pulled out, I was on it. There's little more to tell. In Chicago, once again, I spent a most exasperating 2 days trying to inform the FBI, the police, or anyone who would listen to me. My fingers couldn't dial the correct phone number, and at the crucial moment each time I grew tongue-tied. My last attempt was a letter to the FBI, which I couldn't remember to mail. And when I finally did remember, I couldn't find it. Then the express package from Sumac came. With fingers that visibly trembled, I took out the 2 framed pictures, one of Aunt Matilda in the process of dusting the front room. All of her pictures that she had hidden from me were back in their places on the walls. While I watched her move about, she went into the sewing room, and there I saw a picture on the wall that looked familiar. It was of me, an opened express package at my feet. A framed picture held in my hands, and I was staring at it intently. In the picture I was holding, Aunt Matilda looked in my direction and waved, smiling in the prim way she smiles when she is contented. I understood. She had me with her now. I laid the picture down carefully and took the second one out of the box. It was not a picture at all. It was a mirror. It couldn't be anything except a mirror. And yet, suddenly, I realized it wasn't. The uncanny feeling came over me that I had transposed into the mirror and was looking out at myself. Even as I got that feeling, I shifted and was outside the mirror, looking at my image. I found that I could be in either place by a sort of mental shift, something like staring at one of the geometrical optical illusions you can find in any psychology textbook in the chapter on illusions, and seeing it become something else. It was strange at first. Then it became fun, and now as I write this, it is a normal thing. My portrait is where it should be on the medicine cabinet in the bathroom, where the mirror used to be. But I can transpose to any of the copies of my portrait anywhere. To Aunt Matilda's sewing room, or to the museum, or to Lana's private collection. The only thing is, it's almost impossible to tell when I shift or where I shift to. It just seems to happen. The reason for that is that my surroundings, no matter in what direction I look, are exactly identical with my real surroundings. My physical surroundings are duplicated exactly in all of my portraits, just as Aunt Matilda's are in the portrait of her that hangs on my study wall. She is the invariant of each of her iconic mantrams, and her surroundings are the variables that enter and leave the screen. I am the invariant in my own portraits, wherever they are. So except for the slight twist in my mind that takes place when I shift, that I have learned to recognize from practice in front of my mirror each morning, when I shave, and except for the portrait of Aunt Matilda, I would never be able to suspect what happens. If Lana had taken my picture without my knowing it, and I had never seen one of her collection of portraits, nor even heard of an iconic mantram, I would have absolutely nothing to go on to suspect the truth that I know, except for one thing. I don't quite know how to explain it, except that I must actually transfer to one of my portraits, and, transferring, I am more real than, what shall I call it, the photographic reproduction of my real surroundings. Then, sometimes the photographic reproduction, the iconic illusion, that is my environment when I am in one of my portraits on me, fades just enough so that I can look out into the reality where my portrait hangs, and see and even hear the watchers as ghosts in my solid reality. Quite often I can only hear them, and then they are voices out of nowhere, sometimes addressing me directly, just as often talking to one another and ignoring my presence. But when I can see them too, they appear as ghostly but sharp, clear visions that seem to be present in my solid-looking environment. There, but somewhat transparent. I have often seen and talked to Lana in this manner, in her far-off world where I am part of her private collection. In fact, I can almost always tell when I shift to my portrait in her gallery, because I am suddenly exhilarated and remain so until I shift back, or to some other portrait. This is so even when she is not there, but out on one of her many photographic expeditions. When she is there and she is watching me, and my thoughts are quiet and my mind receptive, she becomes visible, a ghost in my study, or the lab where I work, or if I'm asleep, in my dreams, like an angel or a goddess, and we talk. Back in the physical reality, of course, no one else can hear her voice. My real body is going through its routine work almost automatically, but my mind, my consciousness, is focused into my portrait in Lana's gallery, and we are talking. And of course, in the real world, I am talking too. But my associates can't see who I'm talking to, and it would be useless to try to explain to them. So I'm getting quite a reputation as a nut, you can imagine that. But why should I mind? My reality has a much broader and more complex scope than the limited reality of my associates. I might be fired or even sent to a state hospital, except for the fact that Lana foresees such problems, and teaches me enough things in my field that are unknown to Earth so that my employers consider me too valuable to lose. If this story were fiction, the ending would have to be that I am in love with Lana and she with me. And there would be a nice conclusive ending where she comes back to Earth to marry me and carry me back to her world, where we would live happily ever after. But the truth of the matter is that I'm not in love with Lana, nor is she with me. Sometimes I think I am her favorite portrait, but nothing more. But really, everything is so interesting. Lana's gallery where I hang, the museum where there are new faces each time I look out, and new voices when I can't see out, Aunt Matilda's sewing room, where she is at the moment, and all Sumac as she goes about her normal pattern of living. It is a rich, full life that I live, shifting here and there in consciousness while my physical body goes about its necessary tasks, as often unguided as not. What a reputation I'm getting for absent-mindedness, too. And out of it all has come a perspective that, when I feel it strongly, makes me feel almost like a god. In that perspective, all my portraits, and there are many now, in many worlds and in many places on this world, blend into one. That one is the stage of my life. But not a stage, really. A show window. Yes, that's it. A show window, where the watchers pass. I live in a show window that opens out in many worlds and many places that are hidden from me by a veil that sometimes grows thin, so I can see through it. And from the other side of that veil, even when I cannot see through it, come the voices of the watchers as they pass by or pause to look at me. And I am not the only one. There are others, more and more of them, as Lana comes back on her photographic expeditions for the museum. None that I have met understand what it is about as fully as I do. Some have an insight into the true state of things, but very, very few. But that's understandable. Lana can't give the same time to them that she gives to me. There aren't that many hours in a day, and you see, I am her favorite. If I were not, she would never have permitted me to tell you all of this, so I must be her favorite. Doesn't that make sense? I am her favorite. The End of the Gallery by Raj Phillips. Recording by Ted Ryan for LibriVox.
The Happy Unfortunate by Robert Silverberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Happy Unfortunate by Robert Silverberg. Decker, back from space, found great physical changes in the people of Earth. Changes that would have horrified him 5 years before. But now he wanted to be like the rest, even if he had to lose an eye and both ears to do it. Rolf Decker stared incredulously at this slim, handsome young Earther who was approaching the steps of Rolf's tumble-down Spacertown shack. "He's got no ears," Rolf noted in unbelief. After 5 years in space, Rolf had come home to a strangely altered world, and he found it hard to accept. Another Earther appeared. This one was about the same size and gave the same impression of fragility. This one had ears all right, and a pair of gleaming 2-inch horns on his forehead as well. "I'll be eternally roasted," Rolf thought. "Now I've seen everything." Both Earthers were dressed in neat gold-inlaid green tunics, costumes which looked terribly out of place amid the filth of Spacertown, and their hair was dyed a light green to match. He had been scrutinizing them for several moments before they became aware of him. They both spotted him at once, and the one with no ears turned to his companion and whispered something. Rolf leaned forward, strained to hear. "Beautiful, isn't he? That's the biggest one I've seen." "Come over here, won't you?" the horned one called in a soft, gentle voice which contrasted oddly with the raucous bellowing Rolf had been accustomed to hearing in space. "We'd like to talk to you." Just then Canaday emerged from the door of the shack and limped down to the staircase. "Hey, Rolf," he called. "Leave those things alone." "Let me find out what they want first, huh?" "Can't be any good, whatever it is," Canaday growled. "Tell them to get out of here before I throw them back to wherever they came from, and make it fast." The two Earthers looked at each other uneasily. Rolf walked toward them. "He doesn't like Earthers, that's all," Rolf explained. "But he won't do anything but yell." Canaday spat in disgust, turned, and limped back inside the shack. "I didn't know you were wearing horns," Rolf said. The Earther flushed. "New style," he said. "Very expensive." "Oh," Rolf said. "I'm new here. I just got back. 5 years in space. When I left, you people looked all alike. Now you wear horns." "It's the new trend," said the earless one. "We're individs. When you left, the conforms were in power, style-wise. But the new surgeons can do almost anything, you see." The shadow of a frown crossed Rolf's face. "Anything?" "Almost. They can't transform an Earther into a Spacer, and they don't think they ever will." "Or vice versa?" Rolf asked. They sniggered. "What Spacer would want to become an Earther? Who would give up that life out in the stars?" Rolf said nothing. He kicked at the heap of litter in the filthy street. What Spacer indeed, he thought. He suddenly realized that the two little Earthers were staring up at him as if he were some sort of beast. He probably weighed as much as both of them, he knew, and at 6'4" he was better than a foot taller. They looked like children next to him, like toys. The savage blast of acceleration would snap their flimsy bodies like toothpicks. "What places have you been to?" the earless one asked. 2 years on Mars, 1 on Venus, 1 in the Belt, 1 on Neptune," Rolf recited. "I didn't like Neptune. It was best in the Belt, just our one ship prospecting. We made a pile on Ceres, enough to buy out. I shot half of it on Neptune. Still have plenty left, but I don't know what I can do with it." He didn't add that he had come home puzzled, wondering why he was a Spacer instead of an Earther, condemned to live in filthy Spacertown when Yawk was just across the river. They were looking at his shabby clothes, at his dirty brownstone hovel he lived in, an antique of a house 4 or 5 centuries old. You mean you're rich?" the Earther said. "Sure," Rolf said. "Every Spacer is. So what? What can I spend it on? My money's banked on Mars and Venus. Thanks to the law, I can't legally get it to Earth. So I live in Spacertown." "Have you ever seen an Earther city?" the earless one asked, looking around at the quiet streets of Spacertown, with big, powerful men sitting idly in front of every house. "I used to live in Yawk," Ralph said. "My grandmother was an Earther. She brought me up there. I haven't been back there since I left for space. They forced me out of Yawk," he thought. "I'm not part of their species. Not one of them." The two Earthers exchanged glances. "Can we interest you in a suggestion?" They drew in their breath as if they expected to be knocked sprawling. Canaday appeared at the door of the shack again. "Rolf! Hey! You turning into an Earther? Get rid of them two cuties before there's trouble." Rolf turned and saw a little knot of Spacers standing on the other side of the street, watching him with curiosity. He glared at them. "I'll do whatever I damn well please," he shouted across. He turned back to the two Earthers. "Now, what is it you want?" "I'm giving a party next week," the earless one said. "I'd like you to come. We'd like to get the Spacer slant on life." "Party?" Rolf repeated. "You mean dancing and games and stuff like that?" "You'll enjoy it," the Earther said coaxingly. "And we'd all love to have a real Spacer there." "When is it?" "A week." "I have 10 days left of my leave." "All right," he said. "I'll come." He accepted the Earther's card, looked at it mechanically, saw the name Cal Quinton, and pocketed it. "Sure," he said. "I'll be there." The Earthers moved toward their little jet car, smiling gratefully. As Rolf crossed the street, the other Spacers greeted him with cold, puzzled stares. Canaday was almost as tall as Rolf, and even uglier. Rolf's eyebrows were bold and heavy, Canaday's thick, contorted, bushy clumps of hair. Canaday's nose had been broken long before in some barroom brawl. His cheekbones bulged, his face was strong and hard. More important, his left foot was twisted and gnarled beyond hope of redemption by the most skillful surgeon. He had been crippled in a jet explosion 3 years before, and was of no use to the space lines anymore. They had pensioned him off. Part of the deal was the dilapidated old house in Spacertown, which he operated as a boarding house for transient Spacers. "What do you want to do that for?" Canaday asked. "Haven't those Earthers pushed you around enough? So you have to go and dance at one of their wild parties?" "Leave me alone," Rolf muttered. "You like this filth you live in? Spacertown is just a ghetto, that's all. The Earthers have pushed you right into the muck. You're not even a human being to them, just some sort of trained ape. And now you're going to go and entertain them? I thought you had brains, Rolf." "Shut up." He dashed his glass against the table. It bounced off and dropped to the floor, where it shattered. Canaday's girl, Laney, entered the room at the sound of the crash. She was tall and powerful looking, with straight black hair and the strong cheekbones that characterized the Spacers. Immediately she stooped and began shoveling up the broken glass. "That wasn't smart, Rolf," she said. "That'll cost you half a credit. Wasn't worth it, was it?" Rolf laid the coin on the edge of the table. "Tell your pal to shut up, then. If he doesn't stop icing me, I'll fix his other foot for him, and you can buy him a dolly." She looked from one to the other. "What's bothering you two now?" "A couple of Earthers were here this morning," Canaday said, "slumming. They took a fancy to our young friend here and invited him to one of their parties. He accepted." "He what? Don't go, Rolf. You're crazy to go." "Why am I crazy?" He tried to control his voice. "Why should we keep ourselves apart from the Earthers? Why shouldn't the two races get together?" She put down her tray and sat next to him. "There are more than two races," she said patiently. "Earther and Spacer are two different species, Rolf. Carefully genetically separated. They're small and weak. We're big and powerful. You've been bred for going to space. They're the cast-offs, the ones who were too weak to go. The line between the two groups is too strong to break." "And they treat us like dirt, like animals," Canaday said. "But they're the dirt. They were the ones who couldn't make it." "Don't go to the party," Laney said. "They just want to make fun of you. Look at the big ape, they'll say." Rolf stood up. "You don't understand. Neither of you does. I'm part Earther," Rolf said. "My grandmother on my mother's side. She raised me as an Earther. She wanted me to be an Earther. But I kept getting bigger and uglier all the time. She took me to the plastic surgeon once, figuring he could make me look like an Earther. He was a little man. I don't know what he looked like to start with, but some other surgeon had made him clean cut and straight nosed and thin lipped like all the other Earthers. I was bigger than he was, twice as big, and I was only 15. He looked at me and felt my bones and measured me. Healthy little ape. Those were the words he used. He told my grandmother I'd get bigger and bigger, that no amount of surgery could make me small and handsome, that I was fit only for space and didn't belong in Yawk. So I left for space the next morning." "I see," Laney said quietly. "I didn't say goodbye. I just left. There was no place for me in Yawk. I couldn't pass myself off as an Earther anymore. But I'd like to go back and see what the old life was like, now that I know what it's like to be on the other side for a while." "It'll hurt when you find out, Rolf." "I'll take that chance, but I want to go. Maybe my grandmother will be there. The surgeons made her young and pretty again every few years. She looked like my sister when I left." Laney nodded her head. "There's no point arguing with him, Canaday. He has to go back there and find out, so let him alone." Rolf smiled. "Thanks for understanding." He took out Quentin's card and turned it over and over in his hand. Rolf went to Yawk on foot, dressed in his best clothes, with his face as clean as it had been in some years. Spacertown was just across the river from Yawk, and the bridges spanning the river were bright and gleaming in the mid-afternoon sun. The bombs had landed on Yawk during the long-forgotten war, but somehow they had spared the sprawling borough across the river, and so Yawk had been completely rebuilt, once the radioactivity had been purged from the land, while what was now Spacertown consisted mostly of buildings that dated back to the 20th century. Yawk had been the world's greatest seaport. Now it was the world's greatest spaceport. The sky was thick with incoming and outgoing liners. The passengers on the ship usually stayed at Yawk, which had become an even greater metropolis than it had been before the bomb. The crew crossed the river to Spacertown, where they could find their own kind. Yawk and Spacertown were like two separate planets. There were 3 bridges spanning the river, but most of the time they went unused, except by spacemen going back home or by spacemen going to the spaceport for embarkation. There was no regular transportation between the two cities. To get from Spacertown to Yawk, you could borrow a jet car, or you could walk. Rolf walked. He enjoyed the trip. I'm going back home, he thought, as he paced along the gleaming arc of the bridge, dressed in his Sunday best. He remembered the days of his childhood, his parentless childhood. His earliest memory was of a fight at the age of 6 or so. He had stood off what seemed like half the neighborhood, ending the battle by picking up an older bully, much feared by everyone, and heaving him over a fence. When he told his grandmother about the way he had won the fight, she cried for an hour, and never told him why. But they had never picked on him again, though he knew the other boys had jeered at him behind his back as he grew bigger and bigger over the years. Ape, they called him. Ape. But never to his face. He approached the Yawk end of the bridge. A guard was waiting there, an Earther guard, small and frail, but with a sturdy-looking blaster at his hip. "Going back, Spacer?" Rolf started. How did the guard know? And then he realized that all the guard meant was, "Are you going back to your ship?" No, I'm going to a party at Cal Quentin's house." "Tell me another, Spacer." The guard's voice was light and derisive. A swift poke in the ribs would break him in half, Rolf thought. "I'm serious. Quentin invited me. Here's his card." "If this is a joke, it'll mean trouble. But go ahead, I'll take your word for it." Rolf marched on past the guard almost nonchalantly. He looked at the address on the card. 12406 Kenman Road. He rooted around in his fading memory of Yawk, but he found the details had blurred under the impact of 5 years of Mars and Venus and the Belt and Neptune. He did not know where Kenman Road was. The glowing street signs were not much help either. One said 278th Street, and the other said 72nd Avenue. Kenman Road might be anywhere. He walked on a block or two. The streets were antiseptically clean, and he had the feeling that his boots, which had lately trod in Spacertown, were leaving dirt marks along the street. He did not look back to see. He looked at his wristchron. It was getting late, and Kenman Road might be anywhere. He turned into a busy thoroughfare, conscious that he was attracting attention. The streets here were crowded with little people who barely reached his chest. They were all about the same height, and most of them looked alike. A few had had radical surgical alterations, and every one of these was different. One had a unicorn-like horn, another an extra eye which cunningly resembled his real ones. The Earthers were looking at him furtively, as they would at a tiger or an elephant strolling down a main street. "Where are you going, Spacer?" said a voice from the middle of the street. Rolf's first impulse was to snarl out a curse and keep moving, but he realized that the question was a good one, and one whose answer he was trying to find out for himself. He turned. Another policeman stood on the edge of the walkway. "Are you lost?" The policeman was short and delicate looking. Rolf produced his card. The policeman studied it. "What business do you have with Quentin?" "Just tell me how to get there," Rolf said. "I'm in a hurry." The policeman backed up a step. "All right, take it easy." He pointed to a kiosk. "Take the sub car here. There's a stop at Kenman Road. You can find your way from there." "I'd rather walk it," Rolf said. He did not want to have to stand the strain of riding in a sub car with a bunch of curious, staring Earthers. "Fine with me," the policeman said. "It's about 200 blocks to the north. Got a good pair of legs?" "Never mind," Rolf said. "I'll take the sub car." Kenman Road was a quiet little street in an expensive-looking end of Yawk. 12406 was a towering building which completely overshadowed everything else on the street. As Rolf entered the door, a perfumed little Earther with a flashing diamond where his left eye should have been and a skin stained bright purple appeared from nowhere. "We've been waiting for you. Come on. Cal will be delighted that you're here." The elevator zoomed up so quickly that Rolf thought for a moment that he was back in space. But it stopped suddenly at the 62nd floor, and as the door swung open, the sounds of wild revelry drifted down the hall. Rolf had a brief moment of doubt when he pictured Laney and Kanaday at this very moment, playing cards in their moldering hovel while he walked down this plastiline corridor back into a world he had left behind. Quentin came out into the hall to greet him. Rolf recognized him by the missing ears. His skin was now a subdued blue to go with his orange robe. "I'm so glad you came," the little Earther bubbled. "Come on in and I'll introduce you to everyone." The door opened photoelectrically as they approached. Quentin seized him by the hand and dragged him in. There was the sound of laughter and of shouting. As he entered, it all stopped, suddenly, as if it had been shut off. Rolf stared at them quizzically from under his lowering brows, and they looked at him with ill-concealed curiosity. They seemed divided into two groups. Clustered at one end of the long hall was a group of Earthers who seemed completely identical, all with the same features, looking like so many dolls in a row. These were the Earthers he remembered, the ones whom the plastic surgeons had hacked at and hewn until they all conformed to the prevailing concept of beauty. Then at the other end was a different group. They were all different. Some had glittering jewels set in their foreheads, others had no lips, no hair, extra eyes, 3 nostrils. They were a weird and frightening group, highest product of the plastic surgeon's art. Both groups were staring silently at Rolf. "Friends, this is Rolf. Rolf Dekker," Rolf said after a pause. He had almost forgotten his own last name. "Rolf Dekker, just back from outer space. I've invited him to join us tonight. I think you'll enjoy meeting him." The stony silence slowly dissolved into murmurs of polite conversation as the partygoers adjusted to the presence of the newcomer. They seemed to be discussing the matter earnestly among themselves, as if Quentin had done something unheard of by bringing a spacer into an Earther party. A tall girl with blonde hair drifted up to him. "Ah, Joni," Quentin said. He turned to Rolf. "This is Joni. She asked to be your companion at the party. She's very interested in space and things connected with it." Things connected with it, Rolf thought, meaning me. He looked at her. She was as tall an Earther as he had yet seen, and probably suffered for it when there were no spacers around. Furthermore, he suspected her height was accentuated for the evening by special shoes. She was not of the Individ persuasion, because her face was well shaped, with smooth, even features, with no individualist distortion. Her skin was unstained. She wore a clinging off-the-breast tunic. Quite a dish, Rolf decided. He began to see that he might enjoy this party. The other guests began to approach timidly, now that the initial shock of his presence had worn off. They asked silly little questions about space, questions which showed that they had only a superficial interest in him and were treating him as a sort of talking dog. He answered as many as he could, looking down at their little painted faces with concealed contempt. They think as little of me as I do of them, the thought hit him suddenly, and his broad face creased in a smile at the irony. Then the music started. The knot of Earthers slowly broke up and drifted away to dance. He looked at Joni, who had stood patiently at his side through all this. "I don't dance," he said. "I never learned how." He watched the other couples moving gracefully around the floor, looking for all the world like an assemblage of puppets. He stared in the dim light, watching the couples clinging to each other as they rocked through the motions of the dance. He stood against the wall, wearing his ugliness like a shield. He saw the great gulf which separated him from the Earthers spreading before him, as he watched the dancers and the gay chatter and the empty badinage and the furtive hand-holding and everything else from which he was cut off. The bizarre Individs were dancing together. He noticed one man putting an extra arm to full advantage. And the almost identical conforms had formed their own group again. Rolf wondered how they told each other apart when they all looked alike. "Come on," Joni said. "I'll show you how to dance." He turned to look at her with her glossy blonde hair and even features. She smiled prettily, revealing white teeth. Probably newly purchased, Rolf wondered. "Actually, I do know how to dance," Rolf said, "but I do it so badly." "That doesn't matter," she said gaily. "Come on." She took his arm. Maybe she doesn't think I look like an ape, he thought. She doesn't treat me the way the others do, but why am I so ugly and why is she so pretty? He looked at her and she looked at him, and he felt her glance on his stubbly face with its ferocious teeth and burning yellowish eyes. He didn't want her to see him at all. He wished he had no face. He folded her in his arms, feeling her warmth radiate through him. She was very tall, he realized, almost as tall as a Spacer woman, but with none of the harsh ruggedness of the women of Spacertown. They danced, she well, he clumsily. When the music stopped, she guided him to the entrance of a veranda. They walked outside into the cool night air. The lights of the city obscured most of the stars, but a few still showed, and the moon hung high above Yawk. He could dimly make out the lights of Spacertown across the river, and he thought again of Laney and Kanaday, and wished Kanaday could see him now with this beautiful Earther next to him. "You must get lonely in space," she said after a while. I do, he said, trying to keep his voice gentle. But it's where I belong. I'm bred for it. She nodded. Yes. And any of those so-called men inside would give 10 years of his life to be able to go to space. But yet you say it's lonely. Those long rides through the night, he said. They get you down. You want to be back among people. So you come back. You come back. And what do you come back to? I know, she said softly. I've seen Spacertown. Why must it be that way, he demanded. Why are spacers so lucky and so wretched all at once? Let's not talk about it now, she said. I'd like to kiss her, he thought, but my face is rough, and I'm rough and ugly, and she'd push me away. I remember the pretty little Earther girls who ran laughing away from me when I was 13 and 14, before I went into space. You don't have to be lonely, she said. One of her perfect eyebrows lifted just a little. Maybe someday you'll find someone who cares, Rolf. Someday. Maybe. Yeah, he said. Someday. Maybe. But he knew it was all wrong. Could he bring this girl to Spacertown with him? No. She must be merely playing a game, looking for an evening's diversion, something new, make love to a spacer. They fell silent, and he watched her again, and she watched him. He heard her breath rising and falling evenly, not at all like his own thick gasps. After a while he stepped close to her, put his arm around her, tilted her head into the crook of his elbow, bent, and kissed her. As he did it, he saw he was botching it just like everything else. He had come too close, and his heavy boot was pressing on the tip of her shoe, and he had not quite landed square on her lips, but still, he was close to her. He was reluctant to break it up, but he felt she was only half responding, not giving anything of herself, while he had given all. He drew back a step. She did not have time to hide the expression of distaste that involuntarily crossed her face. He watched the expression on her face as she realized the kiss was over. He watched her silently. Someday, maybe, he said. She stared at him, not hiding the fear that was starting to grow on her face. He felt a cold chill deep in his stomach, and it grew until it passed through his throat and into his head. Yeah, he said, someday, maybe. But not you. Not anyone who's just playing games. That's all. You want something to tell your friends about. That's why you volunteered for tonight's assignment. It's all you can do to keep from laughing at me, but you're sticking to it. I don't want any of it. Hear me? Get away. She stepped back a pace. You ugly, clumsy clown. You ape. Tears began to spoil the flawless mask of her face. Blinded with anger, he grabbed roughly for her arm, but she broke away and dashed back inside. She was trying to collect me, he thought. Her hobby. Interesting dates. She wanted to add me to her collection. An experience. Calmly, he walked to the end of the veranda and stared off into the night, choking his rage. He watched the moon making its dead ride across the sky, and stared at the sprinkling of stars. The night was empty and cold, he thought finally, but not more so than I. He turned and looked back through the half-opened window. He saw a girl who looked almost like her, but was not tall enough and wore a different dress. Then he spotted her. She was dancing with one of the conforms, a frail-looking man a few inches shorter than she, with regular, handsome features. She laughed at some sly joke, and he laughed with her. Rolf watched the moon for a moment more, thinking of Laney's warning. They just want to make fun of you. Look at the big ape, they'll say. He knew he had to get out of there immediately. He was a spacer, and they were Earthers, and he scorned them for being contemptuous little dolls, and they laughed at him for being a hulking ape. He was not a member of their species. He was not part of their world. He went inside. Cal Quinton came rushing up to him. I'm going, Rolf said. What? You don't mean that, the little man said. Why, the party's scarcely gotten underway, and there are dozens of people who want to meet you, and you'll miss the big show if you don't stay. I've already seen the big show, Rolf told him. I want out. Now. You can't leave now, Quinton said. Rolf thought he saw tears in the corners of the little man's eyes. Please don't leave. I've told everyone you'd be here. You'll disgrace me. What do I care? Let me out of here. Rolf started to move toward the door. Quinton attempted to push him back. Just a minute, Rolf. Please. I have to get out, he said. He knocked Quinton out of his way with a backhand swipe of his arm and dashed down the hall, frantically looking for the elevator. Laney and Kanaday were sitting up waiting for him when he got back early in the morning. He slung himself into a pneumo chair and unsealed his boots, releasing his cramped, tired feet. "Well," Laney asked, "how was the party?" "You have fun among the Earthers, Rolf?" He said nothing. "It couldn't have been that bad," Laney said. Rolf looked up at her. "I'm leaving space. I'm going to go to a surgeon and have him turn me into an Earther. I hate this filthy life." "He's drunk," Kanaday said. "No, I'm not drunk," Rolf retorted. "I don't want to be an ape anymore." "Is that what you are? If you're an ape, what are they to you? Monkeys?" Kanaday laughed harshly. "Are they really so wonderful?" Laney asked. "Does the life appeal to you so much that you'd give up space for it? Do you admire the Earthers so much?" She's got me, Rolf thought. I hate Spacertown, but will I like Yawk any better? Do I really want to become one of those little puppets? But there's nothing left in space for me. At least the Earthers are happy. I wish she wouldn't look at me that way. "Leave me alone," he snarled. "I'll do whatever I want to do." Laney was staring at him, trying to poke behind his mask of anger. He looked at her wide shoulders, her muscular frame, her unbeautiful hair and rugged face, and compared it with Joni's clinging grace, her flowing gold hair. He picked up his boots and stumped up to bed. The surgeon's name was Goldring, and he was a wiry, intense man who had prevailed on one of his colleagues to give him a tiny slit of a mouth. He sat behind a shining plastiline desk, waiting patiently until Rolf finished talking. "It can't be done," he said at last. "Plastic surgeons can do almost anything, but I can't turn you into an Earther. It's not just a matter of chopping 8 or 10 inches out of your legs. I'd have to alter your entire bone structure, or you'd be a hideous, misproportioned monstrosity. And it can't be done. I can't build you a whole new body from scratch, and if I could do it, you wouldn't be able to afford it." Rolf stamped his foot impatiently. "You're the third surgeon who's given me the same line. What is this, a conspiracy? I see what you can do. If you can graft a third arm onto somebody, you can turn me into an Earther." "Please, Mr. Dekker, I've told you I can't. But I don't understand why you want such a change. Hardly a week goes by without some Yawk boy coming to me and asking to be turned into a spacer, and I have to refuse him for the same reasons I'm refusing you. That's the usual course of events, the romantic Earther boy wanting to go to space and not being able to." An idea hit Rolf. "Was one of them Cal Quinton?" Sorry, Mr. Dekker, I just can't divulge any such information." Rolf shot his arm across the desk and grasped the surgeon by the throat. "Answer me." "Yes," the surgeon gasped. "Quinton asked me for such an operation. Almost everyone wants one." "And you can't do it?" Rolf asked. "Of course not. I've told you the amount of work needed to turn Earther into Spacer, or Spacer into Earther, is inconceivable. It'll never be done." "I guess that's definite then," Rolf said, slumping a little in disappointment. "But there's nothing to prevent you from giving me a new face, from taking away this face and replacing it with something people can look at without shuddering." "I don't understand you, Mr. Dekker," the surgeon said. "I know that. Can't you see it? I'm ugly. Why? Why should I look this way?" "Please calm down, Mr. Dekker. You don't seem to realize that you're a perfectly normal-looking spacer. You were bred to look this way. It's your genetic heritage. Space is not a thing for everyone. Only men with extraordinary bone structure can withstand acceleration. The first men were carefully selected and bred. You see the result of 5 centuries of this sort of breeding. The sturdy, heavy-boned spacers, you, Mr. Dekker, and your friends, are the only ones who are fit to travel in space. The others, the weaklings like myself, the little people, resort to plastic surgery to compensate for their deficiency. For a while the trend was to have everyone conform to a certain standard of beauty. If we couldn't be strong, we could at least be handsome. Lately a new theory of individualism has sprung up, and now we strive for original forms in our bodies. This is all because size and strength has been bred out of us and given to you." "I know all this," Rolf said. Why can't I peel away your natural face and make you look like an Earther? There's no reason why. It would be a simple operation. But who would you fool? Why can't you be grateful for what you are? You can go to Mars, while we can merely look at it. If I gave you a new face, it would cut you off from both sides. The Earthers would still know you were a spacer, and I'm sure other spacers would immediately cease to associate with you." "Who are you to say? You're not supposed to pass judgment on whether an operation should be performed, or you wouldn't pull out people's eyes and stick diamonds in." "It's not that, Mr. Dekker." The surgeon folded and unfolded his hands in impatience. You must realize that you are what you are. Your appearance is a social norm, and for acceptance in your social environment you must continue to appear, well, perhaps, shall I say, ape-like." It was as bad a word as the surgeon could have chosen. "Ape? Ape, am I? I'll show you who's an ape!" Rolf yelled, all the accumulated frustration of the last 2 days suddenly bursting loose. He leaped up and overturned the desk. Dr. Goldring hastily jumped backwards as the heavy desk crashed to the floor. A startled nurse dashed into the office, saw the situation, and immediately ran out. "Give me your instruments. I'll operate on myself." He knocked Goldring against the wall, pulled down a costly solidograph from the wall and kicked it at him, and crashed through into the operating room, where he began overturning tables and heaving chairs through glass shelves. "I'll show you," he said. He cracked an instrument case and took out a delicate knife with a near microscopic edge. He bent it in half and threw the crumpled wreckage away. Wildly he destroyed everything he could, raging from one end of the room to the other, ripping down furnishings, smashing, destroying, while Dr. Goldring stood at the door and yelled for help. It was not long in coming. An army of Earther policemen erupted into the room and confronted him as he stood panting amid the wreckage. They were all short men, but there must have been 20 of them. "Don't shoot him," someone called, and then they advanced in a body. He picked up the operating table and hurled it at them. 3 policemen crumpled under it, but the rest kept coming. He battled them away like insects, but they surrounded him and piled on. For a few moments he struggled under the load of 15 small men, punching and kicking and yelling. He burst loose for an instant, but 2 of them were clinging to his legs, and he hit the floor with a crash. They were on him immediately, and he stopped struggling after a while. The next thing he knew, he was lying sprawled on the floor of his room in Spacertown, breathing dust out of the tattered carpet. He was quite a mass of cuts and bruises, and he knew that they must have given him quite a going over. He was sore from head to foot. So they hadn't arrested him. No, of course not. No more than they would arrest any wild animal who went berserk. They had just dumped him back in the jungle. He tried to get up, but couldn't make it. Quite a going over it must have been. Nothing seemed broken, but everything was slightly bent. "Satisfied now?" said a voice from somewhere. It was a pleasant sound to hear a voice, and he let the mere noise of it soak into his mind. "Now that you've proved to everyone that you really are just an ape." He twisted his neck around, slowly, because his neck was stiff and sore. Laney was sitting on the edge of his bed, with 2 suitcases next to her. "It really wasn't necessary to run wild there," she said. "The Earthers all knew you were just an animal anyway. You didn't have to prove it so violently." "Okay, Laney, quit it." "If you want me to. I just wanted to make sure you knew what had happened. A gang of Earther cops brought you back a while ago and dumped you here. They told me the story." "Leave me alone." "You've been telling everyone that all along, Rolf. Look where it got you. A royal beating at the hands of a bunch of Earthers. Now that they've thrown you out for the last time, has it filtered into your mind that this is where you belong?" "In Spacertown?" "Only between trips. You belong in space, Rolf. No surgeon can make you an Earther. The Earthers are dead, but they just don't know it yet. All their parties, their fancy clothes, their extra arms and missing ears, that means they're decadent. They're finished. You're the one who's alive. The whole universe is waiting for you to go out and step on its neck. And instead you want to turn yourself into a green-skinned little monkey. Why?" He pulled himself to a sitting position. I don't know," he said. "I've been all mixed up. I think—" He felt his powerful arm. "I'm a spacer." Suddenly he glanced at her. "What are the suitcases for?" he said. "I'm moving in," Laney said. "I need a place to sleep." "What's the matter with Kanaday? Did he get tired of listening to you preaching? He's my friend, Laney. I'm not going to do him dirt." "He's dead, Rolf. When the Earther cops came here to bring you back and he saw what they did to you, his hatred overflowed. He always hated Earthers, and he hated them even more for the way you were being tricked into thinking that they were worth anything. He got hold of one of those cops and just about twisted him into pieces. They blasted him." Rolf was silent. He let his head sink down on his knees. "So I moved down here. It's lonely upstairs now. Come on, I'll help you get up." She walked toward him, hooked her hand under his arm, and half dragged, half pushed him to his feet. Her touch was firm, and there was no denying the strength behind her. I have to get fixed up," he said abruptly. "My leave's up in 2 days. I have to get out of here. We're shipping for Pluto." He rocked unsteadily on his feet. "It'll really get lonely here then," he said. "Are you really going to go, or are you going to find some jack surgeon who will make your face pretty for a few dirty credits?" "Stop it. I mean it. I'm going. I'll be gone a year on this sign-up. By then I'll have enough cash piled up on various planets to be a rich man. I'll get it all together and get a mansion on Venus and have greenie slaves." It was getting toward noon. The sun, high in the sky, burst through the shutters and lit up the dingy room. "I'll stay here," Laney said. "You're going to Pluto?" He nodded. Canaday was supposed to be going to Pluto. He was heading there when that explosion finished his foot. He never got there after that. "Poor old Canaday," Rolf said. "I'll miss him too. I guess I'll have to run the boarding house now, for a while. Will you come back here when your year's up?" "I suppose so," Rolf said without looking up. "This town is no worse than any of the other spacer towns. No better, but no worse." He slowly lifted his head and looked at her as she stood there facing him. "I hope you come back," she said. The sun was coming in from behind her now and lighting her up. She was rugged, all right, and strong, a good hard worker, and she was well built. Suddenly his aches became less painful, and he looked at her and realized that she was infinitely more beautiful than the slick, glossy-looking girl he had kissed on the veranda, who had bought her teeth at a store and had gotten her figure from a surgeon. Laney, at least, was real. "You know," he said at last, "I think I have an idea. You wait here and I'll come to get you when my year's up. I'll have enough to pay passage to Venus for two. We can get a slightly smaller mansion than I planned on getting, but we can get it. Some parts of Venus are beautiful, and the closest those monkeys from Yawk can get to it is to look at it in the night sky. You think it's a good idea?" "I think it's a great idea," she said, moving toward him. Her head was nearly as high as his own. "I'll go back to space. I have to keep my rating. But you'll wait for me, won't you?" "I'll wait." And as he drew her close, he knew she meant it. End of The Happy Unfortunate by Robert Silverberg.
The Man Who Saw the Future. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Xander Phillips. The Man Who Saw the Future by Edmund Hamilton. Jean de Marseille, Inquisitor Extraordinary of the King of France, raised his head from the parchments that littered the crude desk at which he sat. His glance shifted along the long, stone-walled, torch-lit room to the file of mail-clad soldiers who stood like steel statues by its door. A word from him, and two of them sprang forward. "You may bring in the prisoner," he said. The two disappeared through the door, and in moments there came a clang of opening bolts and grating of heavy hinges from somewhere in the building. Then the clang of the returning soldiers, and they entered the room with another man between them whose hands were fettered. He was a straight figure, and was dressed in drab tunic and hose. His dark hair was long and straight, and his face held a dreaming strength altogether different from the battered visages of the soldiers, or the changeless mask of the Inquisitor. The latter regarded the prisoner for a moment, and then lifted one of the parchments from before him, and read from it in a smooth, clear voice. "Henri Lothier, apothecary's assistant to Paris," he read, "is charged in this year of our Lord 1444 with offending against God and the King by committing the crime of sorcery." The prisoner spoke for the first time, his voice low but steady. "I am no sorcerer, sire." Jean de Marseille read calmly on from the parchment. "It is stated by many witnesses that for long that part of Paris, called Nanley by some, has been troubled by works of the devil. Ever and anon great claps of thunder have been heard issuing from an open field there, without visible cause. They were evidently caused by a sorcerer of power, since even exorcists could not halt them. It is attested by many that the accused Henri Lothier did, in spite of the known diabolical nature of the thing, spend much time at the field in question. It is also attested that the said Henri Lothier did state that in his opinion the thunderclaps were not of a diabolical origin, and that if they were studied, their cause might be discovered. It being suspected from this that Henri Lothier was himself the sorcerer causing the thunderclaps, he was watched, and on the 3rd day of June was seen to go in the early morning to the unholy spot with certain instruments. There he was observed going through strange and diabolical conjurations, when there came suddenly another thunderclap, and the said Henri Lothier did vanish entirely from view in that moment. This fact is attested beyond all doubt. The news spreading, many hundreds watched around the field during that day. Upon that night, before midnight, another thunderclap was heard, and the said Henri Lothier was seen by these hundreds to appear at the field's center as swiftly and as strangely as he had vanished. The fear-stricken hundreds around the field heard him tell them how, by diabolical power, he had gone for hundreds of years into the future, a thing surely possible only to the devil and his minions, and heard him tell other blasphemies before they seized him and brought him to the Inquisitor of the king, praying that he be burned and his work of sorcery thus halted. Therefore, Henri Lothier, since you were seen to vanish and reappear as only the servants of an evil one might do, and were heard by many to utter the blasphemies mentioned, I must adjudge you a sorcerer, with the penalty of death by fire. If anything there be that you can advance in palliation of your black offense, however, you may now do so before the final sentence is passed upon you. Jean de Marsellet laid down the parchment and raised his eyes to the prisoner. The latter looked round him quickly for a moment, a half-glimpsed panic for an instant in his eyes, then seemed to steady. "Sire, I cannot change the sentence you will pass upon me," he said quietly. "Yet do I wish well to relate once what happened to me and what I saw. Is it permitted me to tell that from first to last?" The Inquisitor's head bent, and Henri Lothier spoke, his voice gaining in strength and fervor as he continued. "Sire, I, Henri Lothier, am no sorcerer, but a simple apothecary's assistant. It was always my nature, from earliest youth, to desire to delve into matters unknown to men, the secrets of the earth and sea and sky, the knowledge hidden from us. I knew well that this was wicked, that the Church teaches all we need to know, and that heaven frowns when we pry into its mysteries, but so strong was my desire to know that many times I concerned myself with matters forbidden. I had sought to know the nature of the lightning, and the manner of the flight of birds, and the way in which fishes are able to live beneath the waters, and the mystery of the stars. So when these thunderclaps began to be heard in that part of Paris in which I lived, I did not fear them so much as my neighbors. I was eager to learn only what was causing them, for it seemed to me that their cause might be learned. So I began to go down to that field from which they issued, to study them. I waited in it, and twice I heard the great thunderclaps myself. I thought they came from near the field's center, and I studied that place. But I could see nothing there that was causing them. I dug in the ground, I looked for hours into the sky, but there was nothing. And still, at intervals, the thunderclaps sounded. I still kept going to the field, though I knew that many of my neighbors whispered that I was engaged in sorcery. Upon that morning of the 3rd day of June, it had occurred to me to take certain instruments, such as lodestones, to the field, to see whether anything might be learned from them. I went, a few superstitious ones following me at a distance. I reached the field's center and started the examinations I had planned. Then came suddenly another thunderclap, and with it I passed from the sight of those who had followed and were watching, vanished from view. Sire, I cannot well describe what happened in that moment. I heard the thunderclap come as though from all the air around me, stunning my ears with its terrible burst of sound. And at the same moment that I heard it, I was buffeted as though by awful winds, and seemed falling downward through terrific depths. Then, through the hellish uproar, I felt myself bumping upon a hard surface, and the sounds quickly ceased from about me. I had involuntarily closed my eyes at the great thunderclap, but now, slowly, I opened them. I looked around me, first in stupefaction, and then in growing amazement. For I was not in that familiar field at all, sire, that I had been in a moment before. I was in a room, lying upon its floor, and it was such a room as I had never seen before. Its walls were smooth and white and gleaming. There were windows in the walls, and they were closed with sheets of glass so smooth and clear that one seemed looking through a clear opening rather than through glass. The floor was of stone, smooth and seamless, as though carven from one great rock, yet seeming not in some way to be stone at all. There was a great circle of smooth metal inset in it, and it was on it that I was lying. All around the room were many great things the like of which I had never seen. Some seemed of black metal, seemed contrivances or machines of some sort. Black cords of wire connected them to each other, and from part of them came a humming sound that did not stop. Others had glass tubes fixed on the front of them, and there were square black plates on which were many shining little handles and buttons. There was a sound of voices, and I turned to find that 2 men were bending over me. They were men like myself, yet they were at the same time like no men I had ever met. One was white-bearded, and the other plump and bare of face. Neither of them wore cloak or tunic or hose. Instead, they wore loose and straight-hanging garments of cloth. They were both greatly excited, it seemed, and were talking to each other as they bent over me. I caught a word or two of their speech in a moment, and found it was French they were talking. But it was not the French I knew, being so strange and with so many new words as to be almost a different language. I could understand the drift, though, of what they were saying. "We have succeeded," the plump one was shouting excitedly. "We've brought someone through at last." "They will never believe it," the other replied. "They'll say it was faked." "Nonsense," cried the first. "We can do it again, Rastin. We can show them before their own eyes." They bent toward me, seeing me staring at them. "Where are you from?" shouted the plump-faced one. "What time? What year? What century?" "He doesn't understand, Thricourt," muttered the white-bearded one. "What year is this now, my friend?" he asked me. I found voice to answer. "Surely, sirs, whoever you be, you know that this is the year 1444, I said. That set them off again into a babble of excited talk, of which I could make out only a word here and there. They lifted me up, seeing how sick and weak I felt, and seated me in a strange but very comfortable chair. I felt dazed. The 2 were still talking excitedly, but finally the white-bearded one, Rastin, turned to me. He spoke to me very slowly, so that I understood him clearly, and he asked me my name. I told him. "Henri Lothier," he repeated. "Well, Henri, you must try to understand. You are not now in the year 1444. You are 500 years in the future, or what would seem to you the future. This is the year 1944. And Rastin and I have jerked you out of your own time across 5 solid centuries," said the other, grinning. I looked from one to the other. "Messieurs," I pleaded. And Rastin shook his head. "He does not believe," he said to the other. Then to me, "Where were you just before you found yourself here, Henri?" he asked. "In a field at the outskirts of Paris," I said. "Well, look from that window and see if you still believe yourself in 15th century Paris." I went to the window. I looked out. Mother of God, what a sight I saw before my eyes! The familiar gray little houses, the open fields behind them, the saunterers in the dirt streets, all these were gone, and it was a new and terrible city that lay about me. Its broad streets were of stone, and great buildings of many levels rose on either side of them. Great numbers of people dressed like the 2 beside me moved in streets, and also strange vehicles or carriages, undrawn by horse or ox, that rushed to and fro at undreamed-of speed. I staggered back into the chair. "You believe me now, Henri?" asked the white-beard Rastin kindly enough, and I nodded weakly. My brain was whirling. He pointed to the circle of metal on the floor and the machines around the room. "Those are what we used to jerk you from your own time to this one," he said. "But how, sirs?" I asked. "For the love of God, how is it that you can take me from one time to another? Have you become gods or devils?" "Neither the one nor the other, Henri," he answered. "We are simply scientists, physicists, men who want to know as much as men can know, and who spend our lives seeking knowledge." I felt my confidence returning. These were men such as I had dreamed might some day be. "But what can you do with time?" I asked. "Is not time a thing unalterable, unchanging?" Both shook their heads. "No, Henri, it is not. But lately our men of science have found that out." They went on to tell me of things that I could not understand. It seemed they were telling that their men of knowledge had found time to be a mere measurement or dimension, such as length or breadth or thickness. They mentioned names with reverence that I had never heard of, Einstein and De Sitter and Lorentz. I was in a maze at their words. They said that just as men use force to move or rotate matter from one point along the 3 known measurements to another, so might matter be rotated from one point in time, the 4th measurement, to another, if the right force were used. They said that their machines produced that force and applied it to the metal circle from 500 years before to this time of theirs. They had tried it many times, they said, but nothing had been on the spot at that time, and they had rotated nothing but the air above it from one time to the other, and the reverse. I told them of the thunderclaps that had been heard at the spot in the field, and that had made me curious. They said that they had been caused by the changing of the air above the spot from one time to another in their trials. I could not understand these things. They said then that I had happened to be on the spot when they had again turned on their force, and so had been rotated out of my own time into theirs. They said that they had always hoped to get someone living from a distant time in that way, since such a man would be a proof to all the other men of knowledge of what they had been able to do. I could not comprehend, and they saw and told me not to fear. I was not fearful, but excited at the things that I saw around me. I asked of those things, and Rastin and Thrycourt laughed and explained some of them to me as best they could. Much they said that I did not understand, but my eyes saw marvels in that room of which I had never dreamed. They showed me a thing like a small glass bottle with wires inside, and then told me to touch a button beneath it. I did so, and the bottle shone with a brilliant light exceeding that of scores of candles. I shrank back, but they laughed, and when Rastin touched the button again, the light in the glass thing vanished. I saw that there were many of these things in the ceiling. They showed me also a rounded black object of metal with a wheel at the end. A belt ran around the wheel, and around smaller wheels connected to many machines. They touched a lever on this object, and a sound of humming came from it, and the wheel turned very fast, turning all the machines with the belt. It turned faster than any man could ever have turned it. Yet, when they touched the lever again, its turning ceased. They said that it was the power of the lightning in the skies that they used to make the light and to turn that wheel. My brain reeled at the wonders that they showed. One took an instrument from the table that he had held to his face, saying that he would summon the other scientists or men of knowledge to see their experiment that night. He spoke into the instrument as though to different men, and let me hear voices from it answering him. They said that the men who answered were leagues separated from him. I could not believe, and yet somehow I did believe. I was half dazed with wonder, and yet excited too. The white-bearded man, Rastin, saw that and encouraged me. Then they brought a small box with an opening and placed a black disk on the box, and set it turning in some way. A woman's voice came from the opening of the box, singing. I shuddered when they told me that the woman was one who had died years before. Could the dead speak thus? How can I describe what I saw there? Another box or cabinet there was, with an opening also. I thought it was like that from which I had heard the dead woman singing, but they said that it was different. They touched buttons on it, and a voice came from it, speaking in a tongue I knew not. They said that the man was speaking thousands of leagues from us, in a strange land across the uncrossed western ocean. Yet he seemed speaking by my side. They saw how dazed I was by these things, and gave me wine. At that I took heart, for wine, at least, was as it had always been. "You will want to see Paris, the Paris of our time, Henri?" asked Rastin. "But it is different, terrible," I said. "We'll take you," Thrycourt said, "but first your clothes." He got a long, light coat that they had me put on that covered my tunic and hose, and a hat of grotesque round shape that they put on my head. They led me then out of the building and into the street. I gazed astoundedly along that street. It had a raised walk at either side, on which many hundreds of people moved to and fro, all dressed in as strange a fashion. Many, like Rastin and Thrycourt, seemed of gentle blood, yet in spite of this they did not wear a sword or even a dagger. There were no knights or squires or priests or peasants. All seemed dressed much the same. Small lads ran to and fro, selling what seemed sheets of very thin white parchment, many times folded and covered with lettering. Rastin said that these had written in them all things that had happened through all the world, but even hours before. I said that to write even one of these sheets would take a clerk many days, but they said that the writing was done in some way very quickly by machines. In the broad stone street between the two raised walks were rushing back and forth the strange vehicles I had seen from the window. There was no animal pulling or pushing any one of them, yet they never halted their swift rush, and carried many people at unthinkable speed. Sometimes those who walked stepped before the rushing vehicles, and then from them came terrible warning snarls or moans that made the walkers draw back. One of the vehicles stood at the walk's edge before us, and we entered it and sat side by side on a soft leather seat. Thrycor sat behind a wheel on a post, with levers beside him. He touched these, and a humming sound came from somewhere in the vehicle, and then it too began to rush forward. Faster and faster along the street it went, yet neither of them seemed afraid. Many thousands of these vehicles were moving swiftly through the streets about us. We passed on between great buildings and along wider streets, my eyes and ears numbed by what I saw about me. Then the buildings grew smaller, after we had gone for miles through them, and we were passing through the city's outskirts. I could not believe hardly that it was Paris in which I was. We came to a great flat and open field outside the city, and there Thrycor stopped, and we got out of the vehicle. There were big buildings at the field's end, and I saw other vehicles rolling out of them across the field, ones different from any I had yet seen, with flat wing-like projections on either side. They rolled out over the field very fast, and then I cried out as I saw them rising from the ground into the air. Mother of God, they were flying! The men in them were flying! Rastin and Thrycor took me forward to the great buildings. They spoke to men there, and one brought forward one of the winged cars. Rastin told me to get in, and though I was terribly afraid, there was too terrible a fascination that drew me in. Thrycor and Rastin entered after me, and we sat in seats with the other man. He had before him levers and buttons, while at the car's front there was a great thing like a double oar or paddle. A loud roaring came, and that double paddle began to whirl so swiftly that I could not see it. Then the car rolled swiftly forward, bumping on the ground, and then ceased to bump. I looked down, then shuddered. The ground was already far beneath. I, too, was flying in the air. We swept upward at terrible speed that increased steadily. The thunder of the car was terrific, and as the men at the levers changed their position, we curved around and over, downward and upward, as though birds. Rastin tried to explain to me how the car flew, but it was all too wonderful, and I could not understand. I only knew that a wild, thrilling excitement held me, and that it were worth life and death to fly thus, if but for once, as I had always dreamed that men might some day do. Higher and higher we went. The earth lay far beneath, and I saw now that Paris was indeed a mighty city, its vast mass of buildings stretching away almost to the horizons below us, a mighty city of the future that it had been given my eyes to look on. There were other winged cars darting to and fro in the air about us, and they said that many of these were starting or finishing journeys of hundreds of leagues in the air. Then I cried out as I saw a great shape coming nearer us in the air. It was many rods in length, tapering to a point at both ends, a vast ship sailing through the air. There were great cabins on its lower part, and in them we glimpsed people gazing out, coming and going inside, dancing even. They told me that vast ships of the air like this sailed to and fro for thousands of leagues, with hundreds inside them. The huge vessel of the air passed us, and then our winged car began to descend. It circled smoothly down to the field like a swooping bird, and, when we landed there, Rastin and Thrycor led me back to the ground vehicle. It was late afternoon by then, the sun sinking westward, and darkness had descended by the time we rolled back into the great city. But in that city was not darkness. Lights were everywhere in it, flashing, brilliant lights that shone from its mighty buildings, that blinked and burned and ran like water in great symbols upon the buildings above the streets. Their glare was like that of day. We stopped before a great building, into which Rastin and Thrikor led me. It was vast inside, and in it were many people in rows on rows of seats. I thought it a cathedral at first, but saw soon that it was not. The wall at one end of it, toward which all in it were gazing, had on it pictures of people great in size, and those pictures were moving as though themselves alive. And they were talking one to another too, as though with living voices. I trembled. What magic! With Rastin and Thrikor in seats beside me, I watched the pictures enthralled. It was like looking through a great window into strange worlds. I saw the sea seemingly tossing and roaring there before me, and then saw on it a ship, a vast ship of incredible size, without sails or oars, holding thousands of people. I seemed on that ship as I watched, seemed moving forward with it. They told me it was sailing over the western ocean that never men had crossed. I feared. Then another scene, land appearing from the ship, a great statue upholding a torch, and we on the ship seemed passing beneath it. They said that the ship was approaching a city, the city of New York, but mists hid all before us. Then suddenly the mists before the ship cleared, and there before me seemed the city. Mother of God, what a city! Climbing range on range of great mountain-like buildings that aspired up as though to scale heaven itself. Far beneath, narrow streets pierced through them, and in the picture we seemed to land from the ship, to go through those streets of the city. It was an incredible city of madness. The streets and ways were mere chasms between sky-toppling buildings. People, millions on millions of them, rushed through the endless streets. Countless ground vehicles rushed to and fro also, and other different ones that roared above the streets, and still others below them. Winged flying cars and great airships were sailing to and fro over the titanic city, and in the waters around it great ships of the sea and smaller ships were coming, as man never dreamed of surely, that reached out from the mighty city on all sides. And when the coming of darkness, the city blazed with living light. The pictures changed, showed other mighty cities, though none so terrible as that one. It showed great mechanisms that appalled me, great metal things that scooped in an instant from the earth as much as a man might dig in days. Vast things that poured molten metal from them like water, others that lifted loads that hundreds of men and oxen could not have stirred. They showed men of knowledge like Rastin and Thrikor beside me. Some were healers, working miraculous cures in ways that I could not understand. Others were gazing through giant tubes at the stars, and the pictures showed what they saw, showed that all the stars were great suns like our sun, and that our sun was greater than the earth, and that earth moved around it instead of the reverse. How could such things be, I wondered? Yet they said it was so, that earth was round like an apple, and that with other earths like it, the planets, moved around the sun. I heard, but could scarce understand. At last Rastin and Thrikor led me out of that place of living pictures and to their ground vehicle. We went again through the streets to their building, where first I had found myself. As we went, I saw that none challenged my right to go, nor asked who was my lord. And Rastin said that none now had lords, but that all were lord, king, and priest and noble, having no more power than any in the land. Each man was his own master. It was what I had hardly dared to hope for in my own time, and this, I thought, was greatest of all the marvels that they had shown me. We entered again their building, but Rastin and Thrikor took me first to another room than the one in which I had found myself. They said that their men of knowledge were gathered there to hear of their feat, and to have it proved to them. "You would not be afraid to return to your own time, Henri?" asked Rastin, and I shook my head. "I want to return to it," I told them. "I want to tell my people there what I have seen, what the future is that they must strive for." "But if they should not believe you?" Thrycor asked. "Still, I must go, must tell them," I said. Rastin grasped my hand. "You are a man, Henri," he said. Then, throwing aside the cloak and hat I had worn outside, they went with me down to the big white-walled room where first I had found myself. It was lit brightly now by many of the shining glass things on the ceiling and walls, and in it were many men. They all stared strangely at me and at my clothes, and talked excitedly so fast that I could not understand. Rastin began to address them. He seemed explaining how he had brought me from my own time to his. He used many terms and words that I could not understand, incomprehensible references and phrases, and I could understand but little. I heard again the names of Einstein and de Sitter that I had heard before, repeated frequently by these men, as they disputed with Rastin and Thrycor. They seemed disputing about me. One big man was saying, "Impossible, I tell you, Rastin, you have faked this fellow." Rastin smiled. "You don't believe that Thrycor and I brought him here from his own time across 5 centuries? A chorus of excited negatives answered him. He had me stand up and speak to them. They asked me many questions, part of which I could not understand. I told them of my life and of the city of my own time, and of king and priest and noble, and of many simple things that they seemed quite ignorant of. Some appeared to believe me, but others did not, and again their dispute broke out. "There is a way to settle the argument, gentlemen," said Rastin finally. "How?" all cried. "Thrycor and I brought Henri across 5 centuries by rotating the time dimensions at this spot," he said. "Suppose we reverse that rotation and send him back before your eyes. Would that be proof?" They all said it would. Rastin turned to me. "Stand on the metal circle, Henri," he said. I did so. All were watching very closely. Thrycor did something quickly with the levers and buttons of the mechanisms in the room. They began to hum, and blue light came from the glass tubes on some. All were quiet, watching me as I stood there on the circle of metal. I met Rastin's eyes, and something in me made me call goodbye to him. He waved his hand and smiled. Thrycor pressed more buttons, and the hum of the mechanisms grew louder. Then he reached toward another lever. All in the room were tense, and I was tense. Then I saw Thrycor's arm move as he turned one of the many levers. A terrific clap of thunder seemed to break around me, and as I closed my eyes before its shock, I felt myself whirling around and falling at the same time, as though into a maelstrom, just as I had done before. The awful falling sensation ceased in a moment, and the sound subsided. I opened my eyes. I was on the ground at the center of the familiar field from which I had vanished hours before upon the morning of that day. It was night now, though, for that day I had spent 500 years in the future. There were many people gathered around the field, fearful, and they screamed, and some fled when I appeared in the thunderclap. I went toward those who remained. My mind was full of things I had seen, and I wanted to tell them of these things. I wanted to tell them how they must work ever toward that future time of wonder. But they did not listen. Before I had spoken minutes to them, they cried out on me as a sorcerer and a blasphemer, and seized me and brought me here to the Inquisitor, to you, sire. And to you, sire, I have told the truth in all things. I know that in doing so I have set the seal of my own fate, and that only a sorcerer would ever tell such a tale. Yet, despite that, I am glad. Glad that I have told one, at least, of this time of what I saw, 5 centuries in the future. Glad that I saw. Glad that I saw the things that someday, sometime, must come to be. It was a week later that they burned Henri Lothier. Jean de Marseille, lifting his gaze from his endless parchment accusation and examens on that afternoon, looked out through the window at a thick curl of black smoke going up from the distant square. "Strange, that one," he mused. "A sorcerer, of course, but such a one as I've never heard before. I wonder, he half whispered, was there any truth in that wild tale of his? The future. Who can say what men might do? There was silence in the room as he brooded for a moment, and then he shook himself as one ridding himself of an absurd speculation. But tush! Enough of these crazy fancies. They will have me for a sorcerer if I yield to these wild fancies and visions of the future. And bending again with his pen to the parchment before him, he went gravely on with his work. The end. End of The Man Who Saw the Future by Edmund Hamilton. Recording by Xander Phillips.
A Matter of Proportion by Anne Walker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale. In order to make a man stop, you must convince him that it's impossible to go on. Some people, though, just can't be convinced. In the dark, our glider chutes zeroed neatly on target. Only Art Benjamin missed the edge of the gorge. When we were sure Invader hadn't heard the crashing of bushes, I climbed down after him. The climb, and what I found, left me shaken. A Special Corps squad leader is not expendable, by order. Clyde Esterbrook, my second and ICEG mate, would have to mine the viaduct while my nerve and glycogen stabilized. We timed the patrols. Clyde said, "Have to wait till a train's coming. No time otherwise." Well, it was his show. When the next pair of burly-coated men came over at a trot, he breathed, "Now," and ghosted out almost before they were clear. I switched on the ICEG, intercortical encephalograph, planted in my temporal bone. My own senses could hear young Ferd breathing, feel and smell the mat of pine needles under me. Through Clyde's, I could hear the blind whuffle of wind in the girders, feel the crude wood of ties and the iron-cold molding of rails in the stardark. I could feel, too, an odd, lilting elation in his mind, as if this savage universe were a good thing to take on, spray guns, cold, and all. We wanted to set the mine so the wreckage would clobber a trail below, one like they'd built in Burma and Japan, where you wouldn't think a monkey could go, but it probably carried more supplies than the viaduct itself. So Clyde made adjustments precisely, just as we'd figured it with the model back at base. It was a tricky, slow job in the bitter dark. I began to figure. If he armed it for this train and ran, she'd go off while we were on location and we'd be drenched in searchlights and spray guns. Already through his fingers I felt the hum in the rails that every Tanktown-reared kid knows. I turned up my ICEG. "All right, Clyde, get back. Arm it when she's gone past for the next one." I felt him grin, felt his lips form words. "I'll do better than that, Willie. Look, Daddy-O, no hands." He slid over the edge and rested elbows and ribs on the raw tie ends. We're all acrobats in the Corps, but I didn't like this act one little bit. Even if he could hang by his hands, the heavy train would jolt him off. But I swallowed my thoughts. He groped with his foot, contacted a sloping beam, and brought his other foot in. I felt a dull, scraping slither under his moccasin soles. Frost, he thought calmly. Rubbed a clear patch with the edge of his foot, put his weight on it, and transferred his hands to the beam with a twist we hadn't learned in Corps school. My heart did a double take. One slip and he'd be off into the gorge, and the frost stung, melting under his bare fingers. He lay in the trough of the massive H-beam, slid down about 20 feet to where it made an angle with an upright, and wedged himself there. It took all of 20 seconds, really, but I let out a breath as if I'd been holding it for minutes. As he settled, searchlights began skimming the bridge. If he'd been running, he'd have been shot to a sieve. As it was, they'd never see him in the mingled glare and black. His heart hadn't even speeded up beyond what was required by exertion. The train roared around a shoulder and onto the viaduct, shaking it like an angry hand. But as the boxcars thunder-clattered above his head, he was peering into the gulf at a string of feeble lights threading the bottom. "There's the flywalk, Willie. They know their stuff. But we'll get it." Then, as the caboose careened over and the searchlights cut off, "Well, that gives us 10 minutes before the patrol comes back." He levered onto his side, a joint at a time, and began to climb the beam. Never again for me, even by proxy. You just couldn't climb that thing nohow. The slope was too steep. The beam was too massive to shinny, yet too narrow to lie inside and elbow up. The metal was too smooth, and scummed with frost. His fingers were beginning to numb, and he was climbing. In each fin of the beam, every foot or so, was a round hole. He'd get one finger into a hole and pull, inching his body against the beam. He timed himself to some striding music I didn't know, not fast, but no waste motion, even the pauses rhythmic. I tell you, I was sweating under my leathers. Maybe I should have switched the ICEG off, for my own sake if not to avoid distracting Clyde, but I was hypnotized, climbing. In the old days, when you were risking your neck, you were supposed to think great solemn thoughts. Recently, you're supposed to think about something silly like a singing commercial. Clyde's mind was neither posturing in front of his mental mirror nor running in some feverish little circle. He faced terror as big as the darkness from gorge bottom to stars, and he was just simply as big as it was, sheer life exulting in defying the dark, the frost and wind, with the zombie grip of invader. I envied him. Then his rhythm checked. 5 feet from the top, he reached confidently for a finger hole. No hole. He had already reached as high as he could without shifting his purchase and risking a skid. And even his wrestler's muscles wouldn't make the climb again. My stomach quaked. Never see sunlight in the trees anymore, just cling till dawn picked you out like a crow's nest in a dead tree, or drop. Not Clyde. His flame of life crouched in anger. Not only the malice of nature and the rage of enemies, but human shiftlessness against him too? Good. He'd take it on. Shoulder, thigh, knee, foot scraped off frost. He jammed his jaw against the wet iron. His right hand never let go, but it crawled up the fin of the strut like a blind animal, while the load on his points of purchase mounted. Watchmaker coordination where you'd normally think in Boilermaker terms. The flame sank to a spark as he focused, but it never blinked out. This was not the anticipated warded danger, but the trick punch from nowhere. This was it. A sneak squall buffeted him. I cursed thinly, but he sensed an extra purchase from its pressure, and reached the last 4 inches with a swift glide. The next hole was there. He waited 5 heartbeats and pulled. He began at the muscular disadvantage of aligned joints. He had to make it the first time. If you can't do it with $1, you won't do it with the change. But as elbow and shoulder bent, the flame soared again. Score 1 more for life. A minute later he hooked his arm over the butt of a tie, his chin, his other arm, and hung a moment. He didn't throw a knee up, just rolled and lay between the rails. Even as he relaxed, he glanced at his watch. 3 minutes to spare. Leisurely, he armed the mine and jogged back to me inferred. As I broke ICEG contact, his flame had sunk to an ember glow of anticipation. We had almost reached the cave pricked on our map when we heard the slam of the mine, wee and far off. We were lying doggo looking out at the snow peaks incandescent in dawn when the first invader patrols trailed by below. Our equipment was a miracle of hot food and basic medication. Not pastimes, though, and by the second day of hiding I was thinking too much. There was Clyde, an Inca chief with a thread of black mustache and incongruous hazel eyes, my friend and ICEG mate. What made him tick? Where did he get his delight in the bright eyes of danger? How did he gear his daredevil valor, not to the icy iron and obligatory killing, but to the big music and stars over the gorge? But in the Corps we don't ask questions, and above all, never eavesdrop on ICEG. Young Ferd wasn't so inhibited. Benjamin's death had shaken him. Losing your ICEG mate is like losing an eye. He began fly-fishing Clyde. How had Clyde learned that stunt in the dark with the few minutes he'd had? There's always a way, Ferd, if you're fighting for what you really want. Well, I want to throw out Invader all right, but... That's the start, of course, but beyond that... He changed the subject. Perhaps only I knew of his dream about a stronghold for rebels far in these mountains. He smiled. I guess you get used to calculated risks. Except for imagination, you're as safe walking a ledge 20 stories up as down on the sidewalk. Not if you trip. That's the calculated risk. If you climb it, you get used to it. Well, how did you get used to it? Were you a mountaineer or an acrobat? In a way, both. Clyde smiled again, a trifle bitterly, and switched the topic. Anyway, I've been in action for the duration except for some time in hospital. Ferd was on to that boner like an infielder. To get into SC, you have to be not only championship fit, but have no history of injury that could crop up to haywire you in a pinch. So, hospital, you sure don't show it now. Clyde was certainly below par. To cover his slip, he backed into a bigger, if less obvious one. Oh, I was in that Operation Armada at Golden Gate. Had to be patched up. He must have figured Ferd had been a kid then, and I hadn't been too old. Odds were we'd recall the episode and no more. Unfortunately, I'd been a ham operator, and I'd been in the Corps that beamed those fire ships onto the Invader supply fleet in the dense fog. The whole episode was burned into my brain. It had been kamikaze stuff, though there'd been a theoretical chance of the 30 men escaping to justify sending them out. Actually, one escape boat did get back with 3 men. I'd learned about those men out of morbid, conscience-scalded curiosity. Their leader was Edwin Scott, a medical student. At the very start, he'd been shot through the lower spine. So his companions put him in the escape boat while they clinched their prey. But as the escape boat sheared off, the blast of enemy fire killed 3 and disabled 2. Scott must have been some boy. He'd already doctored himself with hemostatics and local anesthetics, but from the hips down he was dead as salt pork, and his visceral reflexes must have been reacting like a worm cut with a hoe. Yet somehow he doctored the 2 others and got that boat home. The other 2 had died, but Scott lived as sole survivor of Operation Armada. And he hadn't been a big bronze Latin Indian with incongruous hazel eyes, but a snub-nosed redhead. And he'd been wheelchaired for life. They'd patched him up, decorated him, sent him to a base hospital in Wisconsin where he could live in whatever comfort was available. So he dropped out of sight. And now this? Clyde was lying, of course. He'd picked the episode at random, except that so much else about him didn't square, including his name compared to his physique, now I thought about it. I tabled it during our odyssey home, but during post-mission leave it kept bothering me. I checked and came up with what I'd already known. Scott had been sole survivor, and the others were certified dead. But about Scott I got a runaround. He'd apparently vanished. Oh, they'd check for me, but that could take years, which didn't lull my curiosity any. Into Clyde's past I was sworn not to pry. We were training for our next assignment when word came through of the surrender at Kelowna. It was a flare of sunlight through a black sky. The end was suddenly close. Clyde and I were in Victoria, British Columbia. Not subscribing to the folkway that prescribes seasick intoxication as an expression of joy, we did the town with discrimination. At midnight, we found ourselves strolling along the waterfront in that fine Vancouver Island mist, with just enough drink taken to be moving through a dream. At one point, we leaned on a rail to watch the mainland lights twinkling dimly like the hope of a new world, blackout being lifted. Suddenly, Clyde said, "What's fraying you recently, Will? When we were taking our ICEG reconditioning, it came through strong as garlic, though you wouldn't notice it normally." Why be coy about an opening like that? Clyde, what do you know about Edwin Scott? That let him spin any yarn he chose, if he chose. He did the cigarette lighting routine and said quietly, "Well, I was Edwin Scott, Will." Then, as I waited, "Yes, really me, the real me talking to you. This," he held out a powerful coppery hand, "once belonged to a man called Marco da Sanhao. You've heard of transplanting limbs?" I had, but this man was no transplant job, and if a spinal cord is cut, transplanting legs from Ipilovsky, the primo ballerino, is worthless. I said, "What about it?" "I was the first successful brain transplant in man." For a moment it queered me, but only a moment. Hell, you read in fairy tales and fantasy magazines about one man's mind in another man's body, and it's marvelous, not horrible. But by curiosity, I know a bit about such things. A big surgery journal back in the 40s had published a visionary article on grafting a whole limb with colored plates as if for a real procedure. Footnote: Hall, Whole Upper Extremity Transplant for Human Beings, Annals of Surgery, 1944, page 120, paragraph 12. Then they developed techniques for acclimating a graft to the host's serum so it would not react as a foreign body. First, they'd transplanted hunks of ear and such. Then in the 60s, fingers, feet, and whole arms, in fact. But a brain is another story. A cut nerve can grow together. Every fiber has an insulating sheath which survives the cut and guides growing stumps back to their stations. In the brain and spinal cord, no sheaths. Growing fibers have about the chance of restoring contact that you'd have of traversing the Amazon jungle on foot without a map. I said so. "I know," he said. "I learned all I could, and as near as I can put it, it's like this. When you cut your finger, it can heal in two ways. Usually it bleeds, scabs, and skin grows under the scab, taking a week or so. But if you align the edges exactly, at once, they may join almost immediately, healing by first intent. Likewise, in the brain, if they line up cut nerve fibers before the cut-off bit degenerates, it'll join up with the stump. So, take a serum-conditioned brain and fit it to the stem of another brain so that the big fiber bundles are properly fitted together fast enough, and you can get better than 90% recovery." "Sure," I said, parading my own knowledge, "but what about injury to the masses of nerve cells? And you'd have to shear off the nerves growing out of the brain." "There's always a way, Willie. There's a place in the brainstem called the isthmus. No cell masses, just bundles of fiber running up and down. Almost all the nerves come off below that point, and the few that don't can be spliced together, except the smell nerves and optic nerve. Ever notice I can't smell, Willie? And they transplanted my eyes with the brain. Biggest trick of the whole job." It figured, but I'd still hate to go through with it. What could I lose? Some paraplegics seem to live a fuller life than ever. Me, I was going mad. And I'd seen the dogs this research team at my hospital was working on. Old dogs' brains in whelps' bodies. Spry as natural. Then came the chance. Da Sanhao was a Brazilian wrestler, stranded here by the war. Not his war, he said, but he did have the decency to volunteer as medical orderly. But he got conscripted by a bomb that took off a corner of the hospital and one off his head. They got him into chemical stasis quicker than it had ever been done before, but he was dead as a human being, no brain worth salvaging above the isthmus, so the big guns at the hospital saw a chance to try their game on human material. Superb body and lower nervous system in ideal condition, waiting for a brain. Only whose? Naturally, some big shot's near the end of his rope and willing to gamble. But I decided it would be a forgotten little shot, name of Edwin Scott. I already knew the surgeons from being a guinea pig on ICEG. Of course, when I sounded them out, they gave me a kindly brush off. The matter was out of their hands. However, I knew whose hands it was in, and I waited for my chance. A big job that needed somebody expendable. Then I'd make a deal, writing my own ticket, because they'd figure I'd never collect. Did you hear about Operation Seed Corn? That was the underground railway that ran thousands of farmers out of occupied territory. Manpower was what finally broke Invader, improbable as it seems. Epidemics, desertions, overextended lines thinned that overwhelming combat strength, and every farmer spirited out of their hands equaled 10 casualties. I nodded. Well, I planned that with myself as director and sold it to Phillipson. I contemplated him, just a big man in a trench coat and droop-brimmed hat, silhouetted against the lamplit mist. I said, "You directed Seed Corn out of a wheelchair, in enemy territory, and came back to get transplanted into another body? Man, you didn't tell Ferd a word of a lie when you said you were used to walking up to death." But there was more. Besides that dour Scots fortitude, where did he come by that high-hearted valor? He shrugged. You do what you can with what you've got. Those weren't the big adventures I was thinking about when I said that. I had a team behind me in those. I could only josh. I'd sure like to hear the caparoo then. He towed out his cigarette. You're the only person who's equipped for it. Maybe you'd get it, Willie. How do you mean? I kept an ICEG record. Not that I knew it was going to happen, just wanted proof if they gave me a deal, and I pulled it off. Phillipson wouldn't renege, but generals were expendable. No one knew I had that transmitter in my temporal bone, and I rigged it to get a tape on my home receiver. Like to hear it? I said what anyone would, and steered him back to quarters before he'd think better of it. This would be something. On the way, he filled in the background. Scott had been living out of hospital in a small apartment, enjoying as much liberty as he could manage. He had equipment so he could stump around, and an antique car specially equipped. He wasn't complimentary about them. Orthopedic products had to be unreliable, hard to service, unsightly, intricate, and uncomfortable. If they also squeaked and cut your clothes, fine. Having to plan every move with an eye on weather and a dozen other factors, he developed an uncanny foresight. Yet he had to improvise at a moment's notice. With life a continuous high-wire act, he trained every surviving fiber to precision, dexterity, and tenacity. Finally, he avoided help. Not pride, self-preservation. The compulsively helpful have rarely the wit to ask before rushing in to knock you on your face, so he learned to bide his time till the horizon was clear of beaming simpletons. Also, he found an interest in how far he could go. These qualities and the time he had for thinking begot Seed Corn. When he had it convincing, he applied to see General Phillipson, head of Regional Intelligence, a man with both insight and authority to make the deal, but also as tough as his post demanded. Scott got an appointment 2 weeks ahead. That put it early in April, which decreased the weather hazard, a major consideration in even a trip to the supermarket. What was Scott's grim consternation, then, when he woke on D-Day to find his windows plastered with snow under a driving wind, not mentioned in last night's forecast, of course. He could concoct a plausible excuse for postponement, which Phillipson was just the man to see through, or call help to get him to HQ, and have Phillipson bark, "Man, you can't even make it across town on your own power because of a little snow." No, come hell or blizzard, he'd have to go solo. Besides, when he faced the inevitable unexpected behind invader lines, he couldn't afford a precedent of having flinched now. He dressed and breakfasted with all the petty foresights that can mean the shaving of clearance in a tight squeeze, and got off with all the margin of time he could muster. In the apartment court he had a parking space by the basement exit, and for a wonder no freewheeling nincompoop had done him out of it last night. Even so, getting to the car door illustrated the ordeal ahead. The snow was the damp, heavy stuff that packs and glares. The streets were nasty, but he had the advantage of having learned restraint and foresight. HQ had been the post office, a ponderous red stone building filling a whole block. He had scouted it thoroughly in advance, outside and in, and scheduled his route to the general's office, allowing for minor hazards. Now he had half an hour extra for the unscheduled major hazard. But on arriving, he could hardly believe his luck. No car was yet parked in front of the building, and the walk was scraped clean and salted to kill the still-falling flakes. No problems. He parked and began to unload himself quickly to forestall the elderly MP who hurried towards him. But as Scott prepared to thank him off, the man said, "Sorry, Mac, no one can park here this morning." Scott felt the chill of nemesis. Knowing it was useless, he protested his identity and mission, but, "Sorry, Major, but you'll have to park around back. They're bringing in the big computer. General himself can't park here. Them's orders." He could ask the sergeant to park the car, but the man couldn't leave his post, would make a to-do calling someone, and that was Phillipson's suite overlooking the scene. No dice. Go see what might be possible. But side and back parking were jammed with refugees from the computer, and so was the other side, and he came around to the front again. 5 minutes wasted. He thought searchingly. He could drive to a taxi lot, park there, and be driven back by taxi, disembark on the clean walk, and there you were. Of course he could hear Phillipson's, "Thought you drove your own car, huh?" and his own damaging excuses. But even out yonder you'd cut corners in emergency. It was all such a comfortable out. He relaxed. And relaxing saw his alternative. He was driving around the block again and noted the back entrance. This was not ground level because of the slope of ground. It faced a broad landing reached by a double flight of steps. These began on each side at right angles to the building and then turned up to the landing along the face of the wall. Normally they were negotiable, but now, even had he found parking near them, he hadn't the chance of the celluloid cat in hell of even crossing the 10 feet of uncleaned sidewalk. You might as well climb an 80-degree, 50-foot wall of rotten ice. But there was always a way, and he saw it. The unpassable walk itself was an avenue of approach. He swung his car onto it at the corner and drove along it to the steps to park in the angle between steps and wall, and discovered a new shutout. He'd expected the steps to be a mean job in the raw wind that favored this face of the building, but a wartime janitor had swept them sketchily only down the middle, far from the balustrades he must use. By the balustrades, early feet had packed a semi-ice far more treacherous than the untouched snow, and the 2 bottom steps curved out beyond the balustrade. So, a sufficiently reckless alpinist might essay a cliff in a sleet storm and a gale, but he couldn't even try it if it began with an overhang. Still time for the taxi, and so, again Scott saw the way that was always there. Set the car so he could use its hood to heft up those first steps. Suddenly, his thinking metamorphosed. He faced not a miserable, unwarranted forlorn hope, but the universe as it was. Titanic pressure suit against the hurricanes of Jupiter and against a gutter freshet, Life was always outclassed and always fought back. Proportions didn't matter, only mood. He switched on his ICEG to record what might happen. I auditioned it, but I can't disentangle it from what he told me. For example, in his words, multiply distances by 5, heights by 10, and slickness by 20. And in the playback, 30 chin-high ledges loaded with soft lard and only finger holds and toe holds. And you did it on stilts that began, not at your heels, at your hips. Add the hazard of helpful Hosea, here, let me give you a hand, Mac, grabbing a key arm and crashing down the precipice on top of you. Switching on the ICEG took his mind back to the snug apartment where its receiver stood. The armchair, books, desk of diverting work. It looked awful good, but life fought back, and always it found a way. He shucked his windbreaker because it would be more encumbrance than help in the showdown. He checked shoelaces and strapped on the cleats he had made for what they were worth. He vetoed the bag of sand and salt he kept for minor difficulties, far too slow. He got out of the car. This could be the last job he'd have to do incognito, seed corn, he'd get credit for. Therefore he cherished it, triumph for its own sake. Alternatively, he'd end at the bottom in a burlesque clutter of chrome alum splints and sticks, with maybe a broken bone to clinch the decision. For some men, death is literally more tolerable than defeat and humiliation. 18 shallow steps to the turn, 12 to the top. Once he'd have cleared it in 3 heartbeats. Now he had to make it to a 20-minute deadline without rope or alpenstock, a moon man adapted to a fraction of Earth gravity. With the help of the car hood, the first 2 pitches were easy. For the next 4 or 5, wind had swept the top of the balustrade, providing damp, gritty handhold. Before the going got tougher, he developed a technique, a rhythm and system of thrusts proportioned to heights and widths, a way of scraping holds where ice was not malignantly welded to stone, an appreciation of snow texture and depth, an economy of effort. He was enjoying a premature elation when, on the 12th step, a cleat strap gave. Luckily, he was able to take his lurch with a firm grip on the balustrade, but he felt depth yawning behind him. Dourly, he took 30 seconds to retrieve the cleat. Stitching had been sawed through by a metal edge, just as he'd told the cocksure workman it would be. Oh, to have a world where imbecility wasn't entrenched. Well, he was fighting here and now for the resources to found one. He resumed the escalade, his rhythm knocked cockeyed. Things even out. Years back, an invader bomber had scored a near miss on the building, and minor damage to stonework was unrepaired. Crevices gave fingerhold, chipped out hollows gave barely perceptible purchase to the heel of his hand. Salutes to the random effects of unlikely causes. He reached the turn, considered swiftly. His fresh strength was blunted. His muscles, especially in his thumbs, were stiffening with chill. Now, he could continue up the left side by the building, which was tougher and hazardous with frozen drippings, or by the outside right-hand rail, which was easier but meant crossing the open, half-swept, wide step and recrossing the landing up top. Damn! Why hadn't he foreseen that? Oh, you can't think of everything. Get going. Left side. The wall of the building was rough-hewn and ornamented with surplus carvings. Cheers for the 1890s architect. Qualified cheers. The first 3 lifts were easy, with handholds and a frieze of lotus. For the next, he had to heft with his side jaw against a boss of stone. A window ledge made the next 3 facile. The final 5 stared, an open gap without recourse. He made 2 by grace of the janitor's having swabbed his broom a little closer to the wall. His muscles began to wobble and waver. In his proportions, he'd made 200 feet of almost vertical ascent. But climbing a real icefall, you'd unleash the last convulsive effort because you had to. Here, when you came down to it, you could always sit and bump yourself down to the car, which was in that context a mere safe 40 feet away. So he went on because he had to. He got the rubber tip off one stick. The bare metal tube would bore into the snowpack. It might hold, if he bore down just right, and swung his weight just so, and got just the right sliding purchase on the wall, and the snow didn't give underfoot or under cane. And if it didn't work, it didn't work. Beyond the landing westwards, the sky had broken into April blue, far away over Iowa and Kansas, over Operation Seed Corn, over the refuge for rebels that lay at the end of all his roads. He got set and lifted, 1,000 miles nearer the refuge, got set and lifted, balanced over plunging gulfs. His reach found a round pilaster at the top, a perfect grip for a hand. He drew himself up, and this time his cleated foot cut through snow to stone and slipped, but his hold was too good, and there he was. No salutes, no cheers, only one more victory for life. Even in victory, unlife gave you no respite. The doorstep was 3 feet wide, hollowed by 80 years of traffic and filled with frozen drippings from its pseudo-Norman arch. He had to tilt across it and catch the brass knob like snatching a ring in a high dive. No danger now, except sitting down in a growing puddle till someone came along to hoist him under the armpits, and then arriving at the General's, late, with his seat black wet. You unhorse your foeman, curve it up to the royal box to receive the victor's chaplet, swing from your saddle, and fall flat on your face. But he cogitated on the bench inside, getting his other cleat off and the tip back on his stick. Things do even out. No hearty helper had intervened. No snot-nosed, gaping child had twitched his attention. Nobody's secretary, pretty of course, had scurried to helpfully knock him down with the door. They were all out front, superintending arrival of the computer. The General said, only if tartly, "Oh yes, Major, come in. You're late, aren't you?" "It's still icy," said Ed Scott. "Had to drive carefully, you know." In fact, he had lost minutes that way, enough to have saved his exact deadline, and that excuse, being in proportion to Phillipson's standard dimension, was fair game. I wondered what dimension Clyde would go on to, now that the challenge of war was past. To his rebel's refuge at last, maybe? Does it matter? Whatever it is, life will be outclassed, and Scott Esterbrook's brand of life will fight back. The end. End of A Matter of Proportion by Ann Walker. Recorded by Dale in Tucson, Arizona, June 2009.
The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. Helpless, doomed. Into the graveyard of space floats the wrecked freighter Pallas. Captain Crane faced his crew calmly. "We may as well face the facts, men," he said. "The ship's fuel tanks are empty, and we are drifting through space toward the dead area." The 20-odd officers and men gathered on the middle deck of the freighter Pallas made no answer, and Crane continued. "We left Jupiter with full tanks, more than enough fuel to take us to Neptune. But the leaks in the starboard tanks lost us half our supply, and we had used the other half before discovering that. Since the ship's rocket tubes cannot operate without fuel, we are simply drifting. We would drift on to Neptune if the attraction of Uranus were not pulling us to the right. That attraction alters our course so that in 3 ship days we shall drift into the dead area." Rance Kent, first officer of the Pallas, asked a question. "Couldn't we raise Neptune with the radio, sir, and have them send out a fuel ship in time to reach us?" "It's impossible, Mr. Kent," Crane answered. Our main radio is dead without fuel to run its dynamotors, and our auxiliary set hasn't the power to reach Neptune." "Why not abandon ship in the spacesuits," asked Liggett, the second officer, "and trust to the chance of some ship picking us up?" The captain shook his head. "It would be quite useless, for we'd simply drift on through space with the ship into the dead area." The score of members of the crew, bronzed space sailors out of every port in the solar system, had listened mutely. Now one of them, a tall tube man, stepped forward a little. "Just what is the dead area, sir?" he asked. "I've heard of it, but as this is my first outer planet voyage, I know nothing about it." "I'll admit I know little more," said Liggett, "save that a good many disabled ships have drifted into it and have never come out." "The dead area," Crane told them, "is a region of space 90,000 miles across, within Neptune's orbit, in which the ordinary gravitational attractions of the solar system are dead. This is because in that region the pulls of the sun and the outer planets exactly balance each other. Because of that, anything in the dead area will stay in there until time ends, unless it has power of its own. Many wrecked spaceships have drifted into it at one time or another, none ever emerging. And it's believed that there is a great mass of wrecks somewhere in the area, drawn and held together by mutual attraction." "And we're drifting in to join them," Kent said. "Some prospect." "Then there's really no chance for us?" asked Liggett keenly. Captain Crane thought. "As I see it, very little," he admitted. "If our auxiliary radio can reach some nearby ship before the Pallas enters the dead area, we'll have a chance. But it seems a remote one." He addressed himself to the men. "I have laid the situation frankly before you because I consider you entitled to the truth. You must remember, however, that while there is life, there is hope. There will be no change in ship routine, and the customary watches will be kept. Half rations of food and water will be the rule from now on, though. That is all." As the men moved silently off, the captain looked after them with something of pride. "They're taking it like men," he told Kent and Liggett. "It's a pity there's no way out for them and us." "If the Pallas does enter the dead area and join the wreck pack," Liggett said, "how long will we be able to live?" "Probably for some months on our present condensed air and food supplies," Crane answered. "I would prefer, myself, a quicker end." "So would I," said Kent. "Well, there's nothing left but to pray for some kind of ship to cross our path in the next day or two." Kent's prayers were not answered in the next ship day, nor in the next. For, though one of the Pallas's radio operators was constantly at the instruments under Captain Crane's orders, the weak calls of the auxiliary set raised no response. Had they been on the Venus or Mars run, Kent told himself, there would be some chance, but out here in the vast spaces between the outer planets, ships were fewer and farther between. The big cigar-shaped freighter drifted helplessly on in a broad curve toward the dreaded area, the green light speck of Neptune swinging to their left. On the third ship day, Kent and Captain Crane stood in the pilot house behind Liggett, who sat at the now useless rocket tube controls. Their eyes were on the big glass screen of the gravograph. The black dot on it that represented their ship was crawling steadily toward the bright red circle that stood for the dead area. They watched silently until the dot had crawled over the circle's red line, heading toward its center. "Well, we're in at last," Kent commented. "There seems to be no change in anything, either." Crane pointed to the instrument panel. "Look at the gravitometers." Kent did. "All dead. No gravitational pull from any direction. No, that one shows a slight attraction from ahead." "Then gravitational attraction of some sort does exist in the dead area after all!" Liggett exclaimed. "You don't understand," said Crane. "That attraction from ahead is the pull of the wreck pack at the dead area's center." "And it's pulling the Pallas toward it?" Kent exclaimed. Crane nodded. "We'll probably reach the wreck pack in 2 more ship days." The next 2 ship days seemed to Kent drawn out endlessly. A moody silence had grown up upon the officers and men of the ship. All seemed oppressed by the strange forces of fate that had seized the ship and were carrying it smoothly and soundlessly into this region of irrevocable doom. The radio operator's vain calls had ceased. The Pallas drifted on into the dreaded area like some dumb ship laden with damned souls. It drifted on, Kent told himself, as many a wrecked and disabled ship had done before it, with the ordinary activities and life of the solar system forever behind it, and mystery and death ahead. It was toward the end of the second of those 2 ship days that Liggett's voice came down from the pilot house. "Wreck pack in sight ahead." "We've arrived, anyway," Kent cried as he and Crane hastened up into the pilot house. The crew was running to the deck windows. "Right ahead there, about 15 degrees left," Liggett told Kent and Crane, pointing. "Do you see it?" Kent stared, nodded. The wreck pack was a distant disk-like mass against the star-flecked heavens, a mass that glinted here and there in the feeble sunlight of space. It did not seem large, but as they drifted steadily closer in the next hours, they saw that in reality the wreck pack was tremendous, measuring at least 50 miles across. Its huge mass was a heterogeneous heap, composed mostly of countless cigar-like spaceships in all stages of wreckage. Some appeared smashed almost out of all recognizable shape, while others were, to all appearances, unharmed. They floated together in this dense mass in space, crowded against one another by their mutual attraction. There seemed to be among them every type of ship known in the solar system, from small, swift mailboats to big freighters. And as they drifted nearer, the 3 in the pilot house could see that around and between the ships of the wreck pack floated much other matter, fragments of wreckage, meteors, small and large, and space debris of every sort. The Pallas was drifting, not straight toward the wreck pack, but in a course that promised to take the ship past it. "We're not heading into the wreck pack," Liggett exclaimed. "Maybe we'll drift past it and on out the dead area's other side." Captain Crane smiled mirthlessly. "You're forgetting your space mechanics, Liggett. We will drift along the wreck pack's edge, and then we will curve in and go around it in a closing spiral until we reach its edge." "Lord, who'd have thought there were so many wrecks here?" Kent marveled. "There must be thousands of them." "They've been collecting here ever since the first interplanetary rocket ships went forth," Crane reminded him. "Not only meteor-wrecked ships, but ships whose mechanisms went wrong, or that ran out of fuel like ours, or that were captured and sacked and then set adrift by space pirates." The Pallas by then was drifting along the wreck pack's rim at a half-mile distance, and Kent's eyes were running over the mass. "Some of those ships look entirely undamaged. Why couldn't we find one that has fuel in its tanks, transfer it to our own tanks, and get away?" he asked. Crane's eyes lit. "Kent, that's a real chance. There must be some ships in that pack with fuel in them, and we can use the spacesuits to explore for them. Look, we're beginning to curve in around the pack now," Liggett exclaimed. The Pallas, as though loath to pass the wreck pack, was curving inward to follow its rim. In the next hours it continued to sail slowly around the great pack, approaching closer and closer to its edge. In those hours Kent and Crane and all in the ship watched with a fascinated interest that even knowledge of their own peril could not kill. They could see swift line passenger ships of the Pluto and Neptune runs shouldering against small space yachts with the insignia of Mars or Venus on their bows. Wrecked freighters from Saturn or Earth floated beside rotund grain boats from Jupiter. The debris among the pack's wrecks was just as varied, holding fragments of metal, dark meteors of differing size, and many human bodies. Among these were some clad in the insulated spacesuits with their transparent glassite helmets. Kent wondered what wreck they had abandoned hastily in those suits, only to be swept with it into the dead area, to die in their suits. By the end of that ship day, the Pallas, having floated almost completely around the wreck pack, finally struck the wrecks at its edge with a jarring shock, then bobbled for a while and lay still. From pilot house and deck windows the men looked eagerly forth. Their ship floated at the wreck pack's edge. Directly to its right floated a sleek, shining Uranus-Jupiter passenger ship whose bows had been smashed in by a meteor. On their left bobbed an unmarked freighter of the old type with projecting rocket tubes, apparently intact. Beyond them in the wreck pack lay another Uranus craft, a freighter, and beyond it stretched the countless other wrecks. Captain Crane summoned the crew together again on the middle deck. "Men, we've reached the wreck pack at the dead area's center, and here we'll stay until the end of time, unless we get out under our own power. Mr. Kent has suggested a possible way of doing so, which I consider highly feasible. He has suggested that in some of the ships in the wreck pack may be found enough fuel to enable us to escape from the dead area once it is transferred to this ship. I am going to permit him to explore the wreck pack with a party in spacesuits, and I'm asking for volunteers for this service." The entire crew stepped quickly forward. Crane smiled. 12 of you will be enough, he told them. The 8 tube men and 4 of the cargo men will go, therefore, with Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett as leaders. Mr. Kent, you may address the men if you wish. "Get down to the lower airlock and into your spacesuits at once, then," Kent told them. "Mr. Liggett, will you supervise that?" As Liggett and the men trooped down to the airlock, Kent turned back towards his superior. "There's a very real chance of your becoming lost in this huge wreck pack, Kent," Crane told him. "So be very careful to keep your bearings at all times. I know I can depend on you." "I'll do my best," Kent was saying, when Liggett's excited face reappeared suddenly at the stair. "There are men coming toward the palace, along the wreck pack's edge," he reported. "A half a dozen men in spacesuits." "You must be mistaken, Liggett," exclaimed Crane. "They must be some of the bodies in spacesuits we saw in the pack." "No, they're living men!" Liggett cried. "They're coming straight toward us. Come down and see." Crane and Kent followed Liggett quickly down to the airlock room, where the men who had started donning their spacesuits were now peering excitedly from the windows. Crane and Kent looked where Liggett pointed, along the wreck pack's edge to the ship's right. 6 floating shapes, men in spacesuits, were approaching along the pack's border. They floated smoothly through space, reaching the wrecked passenger ship beside the palace. They braced their feet against its side and propelled themselves on through the void like swimmers under water toward the palace. "They must be survivors from some wreck that drifted in here as we did," Kent exclaimed. "Maybe they've lived here for months." "It's evident that they saw the palace drift into the pack and have come to investigate," Crane estimated. "Open the airlock for them, men. They'll want to come inside." 2 of the men spun the wheels that slid aside the airlock's outer door. In a moment the half dozen men outside had reached the ship's side and had pulled themselves down inside the airlock. When all were in, the outer door was closed and air hissed in to fill the lock. The airlock's inner door then slid open, and the newcomers stepped into the ship's interior, unscrewing their transparent helmets as they did so. For a few moments the visitors silently surveyed their new surroundings. Their leader was a swarthy individual with sardonic black eyes, who, on noticing Crane's captain insignia, came toward him with outstretched hand. His followers seemed to be cargo men or deck men, looking hardly intelligent enough to Kent's eyes to be tube men. "Welcome to our city," their leader exclaimed as he shook Crane's hand. "We saw your ship drift in, but hardly expected to find anyone living in it." "I'll confess that we're surprised ourselves to find any life here," Crane told him. "You're living on one of the wrecks?" The other nodded. "Yes, on the Martian Queen, a quarter-mile along the pack's edge. It was a Saturn-Neptune passenger ship, and about a month ago we were at this cursed dead area's edge when half of our rocket tubes exploded. 18 of us escaped the explosion, the ship's walls still being tight, and we drifted into the pack here and have been living here ever since. My name's Krell," he added, "and I was a tube man on the ship. I and another of the tube men named Jandron were the highest in rank left, all the officers and other tube men having been killed, so we took charge and have been keeping order." "What about your passengers?" Liggett asked. "All killed but one," Krell answered. "When the tubes let go they smashed up the whole lower 2 decks." Crane briefly explained to him the palace's predicament. "Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett were on the point of starting a search of the wreck pack for fuel when you arrived," he said. "With enough fuel we can get clear of the dead area." Krell's eyes lit up. "That would mean a getaway for all of us. It surely ought to be possible." "Do you know whether there are any ships in the pack with fuel in their tanks?" Kent asked. Krell shook his head. "We've searched through the wreck pack a good bit, but never bothered about fuel, it being no good to us. But there ought to be some, at least. There's enough wrecks in this cursed place to make it possible to find almost anything." "You'd better not start exploring, though," he added, "without some of us along as guides, for I'm here to tell you that you can lose yourself in this wreck pack without knowing it. If you wait until tomorrow, I'll come over myself and go with you." "I think that would be wise," Crane said to Kent. "There's plenty of time." "Time is the one thing there's plenty of in this damned place," Krell agreed. "We'll be getting back to the Martian Queen now, and give the good news to Jandron and the rest." "Wouldn't mind if Liggett and I came along, would you?" Kent asked. "I'd like to see how your ship's fixed, that is, if it's all right with you, sir," he added to his superior. Crane nodded. "It's all right if you don't stay long," he said. But to Kent's surprise, Krell seemed reluctant to endorse his proposal. "I guess it'll be all right," he said slowly. There's nothing much on the Martian Queen to see." Krell and his followers replaced their helmets and returned into the airlock. Liggett followed them, and as Kent struggled hastily into a spacesuit, he found Captain Crane at his side. "Kent, look sharp when you get over on that ship," Crane told him. "I don't like the look of this Krell, and his story about all the officers being killed in the explosion sounds fishy to me." "To me, too," Kent agreed. "But Liggett and I will have the suit phones in our spacesuits and can call you from there in case of need." Crane nodded, and Kent, with the spacesuit on and transparent helmet screwed tight, stepped into the airlock with the rest. The airlock's inner door closed, the outer one opened, and as the air puffed out into space, Kent and Krell and Liggett leapt out into the void, the others following. It was no novelty to Kent to float in a spacesuit in the empty void. He and the others now floated as smoothly as though underwater toward a wrecked liner at the Pallas's right. They reached it, pulled themselves around it, and with feet braced against its side, propelled themselves on through space along the border of the wreck pack. They passed a half-dozen wrecks thus before coming to the Martian Queen. It was a silvery, glistening ship whose stern and lower walls were bulging and strained, but not cracked. Kent told himself that Krell had spoken truth about the exploding rocket tubes, at least. They struck the Martian Queen's side and entered the upper airlock open for them. Once through the airlock, they found themselves on the ship's upper deck, and when Kent and Liggett removed their helmets with the others, they found a full dozen men confronting them, a brutal-faced group who exhibited some surprise at the sight of them. Foremost among them stood a tall, heavy individual who regarded Kent and Liggett with the cold, suspicious eyes of an animal. "My comrade and fellow ruler here, Wald Jandron," said Krell. To Jandron he explained rapidly, "The whole crew of the Pallas is alive, and they say if they can find fuel in the wreck pack, their ship can get out of here." "Good," grunted Jandron. "The sooner they can do it, the better it will be for us." Kent saw Liggett flush angrily, but he ignored Jandron and spoke to Krell. "You said one of your passengers had escaped the explosion." To Kent's amazement, a girl stepped from behind the group of men, a slim girl with pale face and steady dark eyes. "I'm the passenger," she told him. "My name is Marta Mallen." Kent and Liggett stared, astounded. "Good Lord!" Kent exclaimed. A girl like you on this ship?" "Miss Mallen happened to be on the upper deck at the time of the explosion, and so escaped when the other passengers were killed," Krell explained smoothly. "Isn't that so, Miss Mallen?" The girl's eyes had not left Kent's, but at Krell's words she nodded. "Yes, that is so," she said mechanically. Kent collected his whirling thoughts. "But wouldn't you rather go back to the Pallas with us?" he asked. "I'm sure you'd be more comfortable there." "She doesn't go," grunted Jandron. Kent turned in quick wrath toward him, but Krell intervened. "Jandron only means that Miss Mallen is much more comfortable on this passenger ship than she'd be in your freighter." He shot a glance at the girl as he spoke, and Kent saw her wince. "I'm afraid that's so," she said, "but I thank you for the offer, Mr. Kent." Kent could have sworn that there was an appeal in her eyes, and he stood for a moment indecisive, Jandron's stare upon him. After a moment's thought, he turned to Krell. "You were going to show me the damage the exploding tubes did," he said, and Krell nodded quickly. "Of course. You can see from the head of the stair back in the afterdeck." He led the way along a corridor, Jandron and the girl and two of the men coming with them. Kent's thoughts were still chaotic as he walked between Krell and Liggett. What was this girl doing amid the men of the Martian Queen? What had her eyes tried to tell him? Liggett nudged his side in the dim corridor, and Kent, looking down, saw dark splotches on its metal floor. Blood stains. His suspicions strengthened. They might be from the bleeding of those wounded in the tube explosions. But were they? They reached the afterdeck, whose stairs head gave a view of the wrecked tube rooms beneath. The lower decks had been smashed by terrific forces. Kent's practiced eyes ran rapidly over the shattered rocket tubes. "They've backblasted from being fired too fast," he said. "Who was controlling the ship when this happened?" "Galling, our second officer," answered Krell. He had found us rooted too close to the dead area's edge and was trying to get away from it in a hurry when he used the tubes too fast, and half of them backblasted. "If Galling was at the controls in the pilot house, how did the explosion kill him?" asked Liggett skeptically. Krell turned quickly. "The shock threw him against the pilot house wall and fractured his skull. He died in an hour," he said. Liggett was silent. "Well, this ship will never move again," Kent said. "It's too bad that the explosion blew out your tanks, but we ought to find fuel somewhere in the wreck pack for the Pallas. And now we best get back." As they returned up the dim corridor, Kent managed to walk beside Marta Mallen, and without being seen he contrived to detach his suit phone, the compact little radio phone case inside his spacesuit's neck, and slip it into the girl's grasp. He dared utter no word of explanation, but apparently she understood, for she had concealed the suit phone by the time they reached the upper deck. Kent and Liggett prepared to don their space helmets, and before entering the airlock, Kent turned to Krell. "We'll expect you at the Pallas first hour tomorrow, and we'll start searching the wreck pack with a dozen of our men," he said. He then extended his hand to the girl. "Goodbye, Miss Mallen. I hope we can have a talk soon." He had said the words with double meaning, and saw understanding in her eyes. "I hope we can too," she said. Kent's nod to Jandron went unanswered, and he and Liggett adjusted their helmets and entered the airlock. Once out of it, they kicked rapidly away from the Martian Queen, floating along the wreck pack's huge mass to their right, and only the star-flecked emptiness of infinity to their left. In a few minutes they reached the airlock of the Pallas. They found Captain Crane awaiting them anxiously. Briefly, Kent reported everything. "I'm certain there has been foul play aboard the Martian Queen," he said. "Krell, you saw for yourself. Jandron is pure brute, and their men seem capable of anything. I gave the suit phone to the girl, however, and if she can call us with it, we can get the truth from her. She dared not tell me anything there in the presence of Krell and Jandron." Crane nodded, his face grave. "We'll see whether or not she calls," he said. Kent took a suit phone from one of their spacesuits and rapidly tuned it to match the one he had left with Marta Mallen. Almost at once they heard her voice from it, and Kent answered rapidly. "I'm so glad I got you," she exclaimed. "Mr. Kent, I dared not tell you the truth about this ship when you were here, or Krell and the rest would have killed you at once." "I thought that was it. That's why I left the suit phone for you," Kent said. "Just what is the truth?" "Krell and Jandron and these men of theirs are the ones who killed the officers and passengers of the Martian Queen. What they told you about the explosion was true enough, for the explosion did happen that way, and because of it the ship drifted into the dead area. But the only ones killed by it were some of the tube men and 3 passengers. Then, while the ship was drifting into the dead area, Krell told the men that the fewer aboard, the longer they could live on the ship's food and air. Krell and Jandron led the men in a surprise attack and killed all the officers and passengers and threw their bodies out into space. I was the only passenger they spared because both Krell and Jandron want me." There was a silence, and Kent felt a red anger rising in him. "Have they dared harm you?" he asked after a moment. "No, for Krell and Jandron are too jealous of each other to permit the other to touch me. But it's been terrible living with them in this awful place." "Ask her if she knows what their plans are in regard to us," Crane told Kent. Marta had apparently overheard the question. "I don't know that, for they shut me in my cabin as soon as you left," she said. "I've heard them talking and arguing excitedly, though. I know that if you do find fuel, they'll try to kill you all and escape from here in your ship." "Pleasant prospect," Kent commented. "Do you think they plan an attack on us now?" "No. I think that they'll wait until you've refueled your ship, if you are able to do that, and then try treachery." "Well, they'll find us ready, Miss Mallen. You have the suit phone. Keep it hidden in your cabin, and I'll call you first thing tomorrow. We're going to get you out of there, but we don't want to break with Krell until we're ready. Will you be all right until then?" "Of course I will," she answered. "There's another thing, though. My name isn't Miss Mallen. It's Marta." "Mine's Rance," said Kent, smiling. "Goodbye until tomorrow, then, Marta." "Goodbye, Rance." Kent rose from the instrument with the smile still in his eyes, but with his lips compressed. "Damn it! There's the bravest and finest girl in the solar system," he exclaimed, "over there with those brutes." "We'll have her out, never fear," Crane reassured him. "The main thing is to determine our course toward Krell and Jandron." Kent thought. "As I see it, "Krell can help us immeasurably in our search through the wreck pack for fuel," he said. "I think it would be best to keep on good terms with him until we've found fuel and have it in our tanks. Then we can turn the tables on them before they can do anything." Crane nodded thoughtfully. "I think you're right. Then you and Liggett and Krell can head our search party tomorrow." Crane established watches on a new schedule, and Kent and Liggett and the dozen men chosen for the exploring party of the next day ate a scanty meal and turned in for some sleep. When Kent awoke and glimpsed the massed wrecks through the window, he was for the moment amazed, but rapidly remembered. He and Liggett were finishing their morning ration when Crane pointed to a window. "There comes Krell now," he said, indicating the single spacesuited figure approaching along the wreck pack's edge. "I'll call Marta before he gets here," said Kent hastily. The girl answered on the suit phone immediately, and it occurred to Kent that she must have spent the night without sleeping. "Krell left a few minutes ago," she said. "Yes, he's coming now. You heard nothing of their plans?" "No, they've kept me shut in my cabin. However, I did hear Krell giving Jandron and the rest directions. I'm sure they're plotting something." "We're prepared for them," Kent assured her. "If all goes well, before you realize it, you'll be sailing out of here with us in the Pallas." "I hope so," she said. "Rance, be careful with Krell in the wreck pack. He's dangerous." "I'll be watching him," he promised. "Goodbye, Marta." Kent reached the lower deck just as Krell entered from the airlock, his swarthy face smiling as he removed his helmet. He carried a pointed steel bar. Liggett and the others were donning their suits. "All ready to go, Kent?" Krell asked. Kent nodded. "All ready," he said shortly. Since hearing Marta's story, he found it hard to dissimulate with Krell. "You'll want bars like mine," Krell continued, "for they're damned handy when you get jammed between wreckage masses. Exploring this wreck pack is no soft job, I can tell you from experience." Liggett and the rest had their suits adjusted, and with bars in their grasp followed Krell into the airlock. Kent hung back for a last word with Crane, who, with his half-dozen remaining men, was watching. "Marta just told me that Krell and Jandron have been plotting something," he told the captain, "so I'd keep a close watch outside. Don't worry, Kent. We'll let no one inside the Pallas until you and Liggett and the men get back." In a few minutes they were out of the ship, with Krell and Kent and Liggett leading, and the 12 members of the Pallas crew following closely. The 3 leaders climbed up on the Uranus-Jupiter passenger ship that lay beside the Pallas, the others moving on and exploring the neighboring wrecks in parties of 2 and 3. From the top of the passenger ship, when they gained it, Kent and his 2 companions could look far out over the wreck pack. It was an extraordinary spectacle, this stupendous mass of dead ships floating motionless in the depths of space, with the burning stars above and below them. His companions and the other men clambering over the neighboring wrecks seemed weird figures in their bulky suits and transparent helmets. Kent looked back at the Pallas, and then along the wreck pack's edge to where he could glimpse the silvery side of the Martian Queen. But now Krell and Liggett were descending into the ship's interior through the great opening smashed in its bows, and Kent followed. They found themselves in the liner's upper navigation rooms. Officers and men lay about, frozen to death. At the instant the meteor struck the vessel's air had rushed out, and the cold of space had entered. Krell led the way on, down into the ship's lower decks, where they found the bodies of the crew and passengers lying in the same silent death. The salons held beautifully dressed women, distinguished-looking men, lying about as the meteor's shock had hurled them. One group lay around a card table, their game interrupted. A woman still held a small child, both seemingly asleep. Kent tried to shake off the oppression he felt as he and Krell and Liggett continued down to the tank rooms. They found their quest there useless, for the tanks had been strained by the meteor's shock and were empty. Kent felt Liggett grasp his hand and heard him speak, the sound vibrations coming through their contacting suits. "Nothing here, and we'll find it much the same through all these wrecks if I'm not wrong. Tanks always give at a shock." "There must be some ships with fuel still in them among all these," Kent answered. They climbed back up to the ship's top and leapt off it toward a Jupiter freighter lying a little farther inside the pack. As they floated toward it, Kent saw their men moving on with them from ship to ship, progressing inward into the pack. Both Kent and Liggett kept Krell always ahead of them, knowing that a blow from his bar shattering their glassite helmets meant instant death, but Krell seemed quite intent on the search for fuel. The big Jupiter freighter seemed intact from above, but when they penetrated into it they found its whole underside blown away, apparently by an explosion of its tanks. They moved on to the next ship, a private space yacht, small in size but luxurious in fittings. It had been abandoned in space, its rocket tubes burst and tanks strained. They went on, working deeper into the wreck pack. Kent almost forgot the paramount importance of their search in the fascination of it. They explored almost every known type of ship: freighters, liners, cold storage boats, and grain boats. Once Kent's hopes ran high at sight of a fuel ship, but it proved to be in ballast. Its cargo tanks empty, its own tanks and tubes apparently blown simultaneously. Kent's muscles ached from the arduous work of climbing over and exploring the wrecks. He and Liggett had become accustomed to the sight of frozen, motionless bodies. As they worked deeper into the pack, they noticed that the ships were of increasingly older types, and at last Krell signaled a halt. "We're almost a mile in," he told them, gripping their hands. "We'd better work back out, taking a different section of the pack as we do." Kent nodded. "It may change our luck," he said. It did, for when they had gone not more than half a mile back, they glimpsed one of their men waving excitedly from the top of a Pluto liner. They hastened at once towards him, the other men gathering also, and when Kent grasped the man's hands he heard his excited voice. "Fuel tanks here are more than half full, sir." They descended quickly into the liner, finding that though its whole stern had been sheared away by a meteor, its tanks had remained miraculously unstrained. "Enough fuel to take the Pallas to Neptune!" Kent exclaimed. "How will you get it over to your ship?" Krell asked. Kent pointed to the great reels of flexible metal tubing hanging near the tanks. "We'll pump it over. The Pallas has tubing like this ship's for taking on fuel in space, and by joining its tubing to this, we'll have a tube line between the two ships. It's hardly more than a quarter mile." "Let's get back and let them know about it," Liggett urged, and they climbed back out of the liner. They worked their way out of the wreck pack with much greater speed than that which they had entered, needing only an occasional brace against a ship's side to send them floating over the wrecks. They came to the wreck pack's edge at a little distance from the Pallas and hastened towards it. They found the outer door of the Pallas's airlock open and entered, Krell remaining with them. As the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock, Kent and the rest removed their helmets. The inner door slid open as they were doing this, and from inside almost a score of men leapt upon them. Kent, stunned for a moment, saw Jandron among their attackers, bellowing orders to them, and even as he struck out furiously, he comprehended Jandron and the men of the Martian Queen had somehow captured the Pallas from Crane and had been awaiting their return. The struggle was almost instantly over, for, outnumbered and hampered as they were by their heavy spacesuits, Kent and Liggett and their followers had no chance. Their hands, still in the suits, were bound quickly behind them at Jandron's orders. Kent heard an exclamation and saw Marta starting toward him from behind Jandron's men, but a sweep of Jandron's arm brushed her rudely back. Kent strained madly at his bonds. Krell's face had a triumphant look. "Did it all work as I told you it would, Jandron?" he asked. "It worked," Jandron answered impassively. "When they saw 15 of us coming from the wreck pack in spacesuits, they opened right up to us." Kent understood and cursed Krell's cunning. Crane, seeing the 15 figures approaching from the wreck pack, had naturally thought they were Kent's party, and had let them enter to overwhelm his half-dozen men. "We put Crane and his men over in the Martian Queen," Jandron continued, "and took all their helmets so they can't escape. The girl we brought over here. Did you find a wreck with fuel?" Krell nodded. "A Pluto liner a quarter mile back, and we can pump the fuel over here by connecting tube lines." "What the devil?" Jandron had made a signal, at which 3 of his men had leapt forward on Krell, securing his hands like those of the others. "Have you gone crazy, Jandron?" cried Krell, his face red with anger and surprise. "No," Jandron replied impassively, "but the men are as tired as I am of your bossing ways, and have chosen me as their sole leader." "You dirty double-crosser!" Krell raged. "Are you men going to let him get away with this?" The men paid no attention, and Jandron motioned to the airlock. "Take them over to the Martian Queen, too," he ordered, "and make sure there's no space helmet left there. Then get back at once, for we've got to get the fuel into this ship and make a getaway." The helmets of Kent and Krell and the other helpless prisoners were put upon them, and with hands still bound they were herded into the airlock by 8 of Jandron's men, attired in spacesuits also. The prisoners were then joined one to another by a strand of metal cable. Kent, glancing back into the ship as the airlock's inner door closed, saw Jandron giving rapid orders to his followers, and noticed Marta held back from the airlock by one of them. Krell's eyes glittered venomously through his helmet. The outer door opened, and their guards jerked them forth into space by the connecting cable. They were towed helplessly along the wreck pack's rim toward the Martian Queen. Once inside the airlock, Jandron's men removed the prisoners' space helmets and then used the duplicate control inside the airlock itself to open the inner door. Through this opening they thrust the captives, those inside the ship not daring to enter the airlock. Jandron's men then closed the inner door, reopened the outer one, and started back toward the palace with the helmets of Kent and his companions. Kent and the others soon found Crane and his half-dozen men, who rapidly undid their bonds. Crane's men still wore their spacesuits, but like Kent's companions, were without space helmets. "Kent, I was afraid they'd get you, and your men too," Crane exclaimed. "It's all my fault, for when I saw Jandron and his men coming from the wreck pack, I never doubted but that it was you." "It's no one's fault," Kent told him. "It's just something that we couldn't foresee." Crane's eyes fell on Krell. "But what's he doing here?" he exclaimed. Kent briefly explained Jandron's treachery towards Krell, and Crane's brows drew ominously together. "So Jandron put you here with us, Krell. I am a commissioned captain of a spaceship, and as such can legally try you and sentence you to death here without further formalities." Krell did not answer, but Kent intervened. "There's hardly time for that now, sir," he said. "I'm as anxious to settle with Krell as anyone, but right now our main enemy is Jandron, and Krell hates Jandron worse than we do, if I'm not mistaken." "You're not," said Krell grimly. "All I want right now is to get within reach of Jandron." "There's small chance of any of us doing that," Crane told them. "There's not a single space helmet on the Martian Queen." "You've searched?" Liggett asked. "Every cubic inch of the ship," Crane told him. "No, Jandron's men made sure there were no helmets left here, and without helmets this ship is an inescapable prison." "Damn it! There must be some way out!" Kent exclaimed. "Why, Jandron and his men must be starting to pump the fuel into the palace by now. They'll be sailing off as soon as they do it." Crane's face was sad. "I'm afraid this is the end, Kent. Without helmets, the space between the Martian Queen and the palace is a greater barrier to us than a mile-thick wall of steel. In this ship we'll stay until the air and food give out and death releases us." "Damn it, I'm not thinking of myself," Kent cried. "I'm thinking of Marta. The palace will sail out of here with her in Jandron's power." "The girl!" Liggett exclaimed. "If she could bring us over space helmets from the palace, we could get out of here." Kent was thoughtful. "If we could talk to her. She must still have that suit phone I gave her. Where's another?" Crane quickly detached the compact suit phone from inside the neck of his own spacesuit, and Kent rapidly tuned it to the one he had given Marta Malin. His heart leapt as her voice came instantly from it. "Rance! Rance Kent!" "Marta, this is Rance!" he cried. He heard a sob of relief. "I've been calling you for minutes. I was hoping that you'd remember to listen. Jandron and 10 of the others have gone to that wreck in which you found the fuel," she added swiftly. "They unreeled a tube line behind them as they went, and I can hear them pumping in the fuel now." "Are the others guarding you?" Kent asked quickly. "They're down in the lower deck at the tanks and airlocks. They won't allow me on that deck. I'm up here in the middle deck, absolutely alone. Jandron told me that we'd start out of here as soon as the fuel was in," she added. "And he and the men were laughing about Krell." "Marta, could you in any way get space helmets and get out to bring them over here to us?" Kent asked eagerly. "There's a lot of spacesuits and helmets here," she answered, "but I couldn't get out with them. Rance, I couldn't get to the airlocks with Jandron's 7 or 8 men down there guarding them." Kent felt despair. Then, as an idea suddenly flamed in him, he almost shouted into the instrument. "Marta, unless you can get over here with helmets for us, we're all lost. I want you to put on a spacesuit and helmet at once." There was a short silence, and then her voice came, a little muffled. "I've got the suit and helmet on, Rance. I'm wearing the suit phone inside it." "Good. Now, can you get up to the pilot house? There's no one guarding it or the upper deck. Hurry up there, then, at once." Crane and the rest were staring at Kent. "Kent, what are you going to have her do?" Crane exclaimed. "It'll do no good for her to start the palace. Those guards will be up there in a minute." "I'm not going to have her start the palace," said Kent grimly. "Marta, you're in the pilot house? Do you see the heavy little steel door in the wall beside the instrument panel?" I'm at it, but it's locked with a combination lock, she said. The combination is 6347781, Kent told her swiftly. Open it as quickly as you can. Good God, Kent, cried Crane. You're going to have her... Get out of there the only way she can, Kent finished fiercely. You have the door open, Marta? Yes, there are 6 or 7 control wheels inside. Those wheels control the palace's exhaust valves, Kent told her. Each wheel opens the valves of one of the ship's decks or compartments and allows its air to escape into space. They're used for testing leaks in the different deck and compartment divisions. Marta, you must turn all those wheels as far as you can to the right. But all the ship's air will rush out. The guards below have no suits on, and they'll be... She was exclaiming. Kent interrupted. It's the only chance for you, for all of us. Turn them. There was a moment of silence, and Kent was going to repeat the order when her voice came, lower in tone, a little strange. I understand, Rance. I'm going to turn them. There was silence again, and Kent and the men grouped around him were tense. All were envisioning the same thing, the air rushing out of the palace's valves, and the unsuspecting guards in its lower deck smitten suddenly by instantaneous death. Then Marta's voice, almost a sob. I turned them, Rance. The air puffed out all around me. Your spacesuit is working all right? Perfectly, she said. Then go down and tie together as many space helmets as you can manage. Get out of the airlock and try to get over to the Martian Queen with them. Do you think you can do that, Marta? I'm going to try, she said steadily. But I'll have to pass those men in the lower deck I just killed. Don't be anxious if I don't talk for a little. Yet her voice came again almost immediately. Rance, the pumping has stopped. They must have pumped all the fuel into the palace. Then Jandron and the rest will be coming back to the palace at once, Kent cried. Hurry, Marta. The suit phone was silent, and Kent and the rest, their faces closely pressed against the deck windows, peered intently along the wreck pack's edge. The palace was hidden from their view by the wrecks between, and there was no sign as yet of the girl. Kent felt his heart beating rapidly. Crane and Liggett pressed beside him, the men around them. Krell's face was a mask as he too gazed. Kent was rapidly becoming convinced that some mischance had overtaken the girl when an exclamation came from Liggett. He pointed excitedly. She was in sight, unrecognizable in spacesuit and helmet, floating along the wreck pack's edge towards them. A mass of the glassite space helmets tied together was in her grasp. She climbed bravely over the stern of a projecting wreck and shot on towards the Martian Queen. The airlock's door was open for her, and when she was inside it, the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock. In a moment she was in among them, still clinging to the helmets. Kent grasped her swaying figure and removed her helmet. Marta, you're all right? He cried. She nodded a little weakly. I'm all right. It was just that I had to go over those guards that were all frozen. Terrible. Get these helmets on, Crane was crying. There's a dozen of them, and 12 of us can stop Jandron's men if we get back in time. Kent and Liggett and the nearer of their men were swiftly donning the helmets. Krell grasped one, and Crane sought to snatch it. Let that go. We'll not have you with us when we haven't enough helmets for our own men. You'll have me or kill me here, Krell cried, his eyes hate mad. I've got my own account to settle with Jandron. Let him have it, Liggett cried. We've no time now to argue. Kent reached towards the girl. Marta, give one of the men your helmet, he ordered, but she shook her head. I'm going with you. Before Kent could dispute, she had the helmet on again, and Crane was pushing them into the airlock. The 9 or 10 left inside without helmets hastily thrust steel bars into the men's hands before the inner doors closed. The outer one opened, and they leapt forth into space, floating smoothly along the wreck pack's border with bars in their grasp. 13 strong. Kent found the slowness with which they floated forward torturing. He glimpsed Crane and Liggett ahead, Marta beside him, Krell floating behind him to the left. They reached the projecting freighters, climbed over and around them, braced against them, and shot on. They sighted the palace ahead now. Suddenly they discerned another group of 11 figures in spacesuits approaching it from the wreck pack's interior, rolling up the tube line that led from the palace as they did so. Jandron's party. Jandron and his men had seen them and were suddenly making greater efforts to reach the palace. Kent and his companions, propelling themselves frenziedly on from another wreck, reached the ship's side at the same time as Jandron's men. The two groups mixed and mingled, twisted and turned in a mad space combat. Kent had been grasped by one of Jandron's men and raised his bar to crack the other's glassite helmet. His opponent caught the bar, and they struggled, twisting and turning over and over, far up in space amid a half score similar struggles. Kent wrenched his bar free at last from the other's grasp and brought it down on his helmet. The glassite cracked, and he caught a glimpse of the man's hate-distorted face, frozen instantly in death. Kent released him and propelled himself toward a struggling trio nearby. As he floated toward them, he saw Jandron beyond them, making wild gestures of command, and saw Krell approaching Jandron with upraised bar. Kent, on reaching the three combatants, found them to be two of Jandron's men overcoming Crane. He shattered one's helmet as he reached them, but saw the other's bar go up for a blow. Kent twisted frantically, uselessly, to escape it, but before the blow could descend, a bar shattered his opponent's helmet from behind. As the man froze in instant death, Kent saw that it was Marta who had struck him from behind. He jerked her to his side. The struggles in space around them seemed to be ending. 6 of Jandron's party had been slain, and 3 of Kent's companions. Jandron's 4 other followers were giving up the combat, floating off into the wreck pack in clumsy, hasty flight. Someone grasped Kent's arm, and he turned to find it was Liggett. "They're beaten," Liggett's voice came to him. "They're all killed, but those 4. "What about Jandron himself?" Kent cried. Liggett pointed to 2 spacesuited bodies twisting together in space, with bars still in their lifeless grasp. Kent saw through their shattered helmets the stiffened faces of Jandron and Krell, their helmets having apparently been broken by each other's simultaneous blows. Crane had gripped Kent's arm also. "Kent, it's over!" he was exclaiming. "Liggett and I will close the Pallas exhaust valves and release new air in it. You take over helmets for the rest of our men in the Martian Queen." In several minutes Kent was back with the men from the Martian Queen. The Pallas was ready, with Liggett in its pilot house, the men taking their stations, and Crane and Marta awaiting Kent. "We've enough fuel to take us out of the dead area and to Neptune without trouble," Crane declared. "But what about those 4 of Jandron's men that got away?" "The best we can do is leave them here," Kent told him. "Best for them, too, for at Neptune they'd be executed, while they can live indefinitely in the wreck pack." "I've seen so many men killed on the Martian Queen and here," pleaded Marta. "Please don't take them to Neptune." "All right, we'll leave them," Crane agreed, "though the scoundrels ought to meet justice." He hastened up to the pilot house after Liggett. In a moment came the familiar blast of the rocket tubes, and the Pallas shot out cleanly from the wreck pack's edge. A scattered cheer came from the crew. With gathering speed, the ship arrowed out, its rocket tubes blasting now in steady succession. Kent, with his arm across Marta's shoulders, watched the wreck pack grow smaller behind. It lay as when he first had seen it, a strange great mass floating forever motionless among the brilliant stars. He felt the girl beside him shiver, and swung her quickly around. "Let's not look back or remember now, Marta," he said. "Let's look ahead." She nestled closer inside his arm. "Yes, Rance, let's look ahead." End of The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton.
Something Will Turn Up by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Something Will Turn Up by David Mason. "You Mr. Rapp?" Stanley Rapp blinked, considering the matter. He always thought over everything very carefully. Of course, some questions were easier to answer than others. This one, for instance. He had very few doubts about his name. Stanley Rapp said. Yes. He stared at the bearded young man. Living in the village, even on the better side of it, one saw beards every day, all shapes and sizes of beard. This one was not a psychoanalyst beard, or a folk singer beard, not even an actor beard. This was the scraggly variety, almost certainly a poet beard. Mr. Rapp, while holding no particular prejudice against poets, had not sent for one. He was sure of that. Then he noticed the tool case in the bearded young man's hand, lettered large, "Lightning Service TV Hi-Fi. Oh, Stanley said, nodding. You're the man to fix the TV set. You know it, Dad, the young man said, coming in. He shut the door behind him and stared around the apartment. What a wild pad. Where the idiot box, hey? The pleasantly furnished, neat little apartment was not what Mr. Rapp had ever thought of as a wild pad. But the village had odd standards, Mr. Rapp knew. Chacun a son goût, he had said, on moving into the apartment 10 years ago. Not aloud, of course, because he had only taken 1 year of French, and would have never trusted his accent. But chacun a son goût, anyway. The television set, Mr. Rapp said, translating. Oh, yes. He went to the closet door and opened it. Reaching inside, he brought out an imposingly large TV set mounted on a wheeled table. The bearded repairman whistled. "Whew. In the closet," the repairman said admiringly. "Crazy. You go in there to watch it, or you let it talk to itself." "Oh, well, I don't exactly watch it at all," Mr. Rapp said a little sadly. "I mean, I can't. That's why I called you." "Lightning's here, have no fear," the bearded one said, approaching the set with a professional air. "Like in the closet, hey?" He bent over the set appraisingly. "I thought you were a square, Pops, but I can see you're... Hey, this is like too much. Man, I don't want to pry, but why is this box upside down?" "I wish I knew," Mr. Rapp said. He sat down and leaned back, sighing. This was going to be difficult, he knew. He had already had to explain it to the last 3 repairmen, and he was getting tired of explaining. Although he thought, somehow, that this young man might understand it a little more quickly than the others had. "I've had a couple of other repairmen look it over," Mr. Rapp told the bearded one. Well, they gave up." "Dilettantes," commented the beard. "Oh, no," Mr. Rapp said. "One of them was from the company that made it, but they couldn't do anything." "Let's try it," the repairman said, plugging the cord into a wall socket. He returned to the set and switched it on, without changing its upside-down position. The big screen lit almost at once. A pained face appeared, with a large silhouetted hammer striking the image's forehead in a rhythmic beat. "Immediate relief from headache," a bland voice said, as the pictured face broke into a broad smile. The repairman shuddered and turned down the sound, staring at the image with widened eyes as he did so. "Dad, I don't want to bug you," the repairman said, his eyes still on the screen. "Only, look, the set is upside down, right?" "Right," said Mr. Rapp. "Only the picture..." The repairman paused, trying to find the right phrase. "I mean, the picture's flipped. Like it's wrong side up, too. Only right side up now." "Exactly," said Mr. Rapp. "You see, that's the trouble. I put the set upside down because of that." "Cool," the repairman said, watching the picture. "I mean, so why worry? You got a picture, right? You want me to turn the picture around? I can do that with a little fiddling around inside the set. Uh-oh, Dad, something's happening." The repairman bent closer, staring at the picture. It was now showing a busty young woman singer, her mouth opened, but silent, since the sound was turned down. She was slowly rotating as Rapp and the bearded repairman watched, turning until her face, still mouthing silent song, hung upside down on the screen. "It always does that," Rapp said. "No matter which way I put the set, the picture's always upside down." "No, man," the repairman said pleadingly. "Look, I took a course. I mean, the best school, you dig? It don't work that way. It just can't. It does, though, Rapp pointed out. And that's what the other repair people said, too. They took it out and brought it back, and it still did it. Not when they had it in their shops, but the minute it came back here, the picture went upside down again. Wow, the repairman said, backing slowly away from the set, but watching it with the tense gaze of a man who expected trouble. After a minute, he moved toward it again, and took hold of the cabinet sides, lifting. I don't want to put you down, Pops, he said, grunting. Only I got to see this. Over she goes. He set it down again, right side up. The picture, still the singer's face, remained in a relatively upright position for another moment, and then slowly rolled over, upside down again. You see, Mr. Rapp said, shrugging, I guess I'll have to buy another set, except I'd hate to have it happen again, and this one did cost quite a lot. You couldn't trade it in either, the repairman agreed. Not to me, anyway. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Hey now, sideways? You mean on its side? Just for kicks. The repairman gripped the set again. On the side. He set the cabinet down on one side and stepped back to regard the picture again. Slowly the picture turned once more, and once again, relative to the usual directions of up and down, the picture was stubbornly, completely inverted. It's onto that, too, the repairman said, gloomily. He sat down on the floor and assumed a kind of yoga posture, peering between his legs. You could try it this way, Pops. I'm pretty stiff, Mr. Rapp told him, shaking his head. Yeah, the repairman said, reinverting himself. For a long while he sat, pulling his beard thoughtfully, a look of deep thought on his face. The reverse singer faded out, to give place to an earnestly grinning announcer who pointed emphatically to a large upside-down sign bearing the name of a product. Watching it this way could get to be a fad, the repairman said at last, almost inaudibly. He fell silent again, and Mr. Rapp, sadly, began to realize that even this bearded and confident young man had apparently been stopped, like the others. The way I look at it, like, there's a place where science hangs up, the bearded one spoke, finally. Like, I don't want to put down my old guru at the Second Avenue School of Electronics, he said solemnly. But you got to admit that there are things not dreamed of in your philosophy, Horatio. You dig? My name isn't Horatio, Mr. Rapp objected. I was quoting, the repairman told him. I mean, this is a thing like outside material means. Supernatural, sort of. Did you cross up any witches lately, Pops? Oh, dear, Mr. Rapp said sadly. He shook his head. No, I haven't, offended any witches. Not that I know of. He regarded the inverted picture for a moment. Then, as the repairman's words began to sink in, Mr. Rapp looked at him apprehensively. Witches? Mr. Rapp asked. But, I mean, that's all superstition, isn't it? And anyway, well, television sets? They used to drive cows, but who keeps cows? The bearded one said ominously. Why not television sets? Like, I happen to be personally acquainted with several witches and like that. The village is full of them. However, he rose and stalked toward the set, his eyes glittering in a peculiar way. You're a lucky one, Daddy-O. Back in my square days, I did some reading up on the hookups between poetry and magic. Now I'm a poet. Therefore, and to wit, I am also a magician. On this hang-up, I'm going to try magic. Electronics won't work. That's for sure. But, Mr. Rapp was not quite sure why he disapproved, but he did. On the other hand, the repairman appeared to be very definitely sure of what he was doing as he peered into the back of the television set. "Have you ever tried, this method before?" "Never ran into any hexed TV sets before," the repairman said, straightening up. "Don't worry, though. I got the touch. Like with poetry. Same thing, in fact. All magic spells rhyme, you see. Well, I used to rhyme back before I really started swinging. Anybody can rhyme, and the rest is just instinct." He had been scribbling something in a notepad as he spoke. Now he bent down to take another look at the back of the set, and nodded with an air of assurance. "The tube layout," the repairman told Mr. Rapp, exhibiting his notebook. "That, and Ohm's law, and a couple of Hindu bits I picked up listening to the UN on the radio, makes a first-class spell." Mr. Rapp backed away nervously. Look, if it's all the same to you, don't flip." The repairman consulted his notebook and moved to stand in front of the screen. The picture showed a smiling newscaster pointing to a map which indicated something ominous. "Cool, man," the repairman said. "Here we go." He lifted his hands in an ecclesiastical gesture, and his voice became a deep boom. "6SN7, 6AC5, 6 and 7 millivolts are running down the line. E equals R times A. That's the way it goes. Go round the other way. Subhas Chandra Bose." Afterward, Mr. Rapp was never quite sure exactly what happened. He had an impression of a flash of light and an odd, indefinite sound, rather like the dropping of a cosmic garbage can lid. But possibly neither the light nor the sound actually happened. At any rate, there were no complaints from the neighbors later on. However, the lighted screen was certainly doing something. "Crazy," the repairman said, in awed tones. Mr. Rapp, his view partly blocked by the repairman, could not see exactly what was happening on the screen. However, he caught a brief glimpse of the newscaster's face. It was right side up, but no longer smiling. Instead, the pictured face wore a look of profound alarm, and the newsman was apparently leaning far forward, his face almost out of focus because of its nearness to the lens. Just for a moment, Mr. Rapp could have sworn he saw a chair floating up past the agonized expression on the screen. Then the screen went gray, and a panel of lettering appeared, shaking slightly. "Our picture has been temporarily interrupted. Normal service will be restored as soon as possible. Please stand by." "I was going to give you a bill," the repairman said. "Or maybe we better just charge it up to customer relations." The letters remained steady on the screen, and Mr. Rapp studied them. They were right side up. "You fixed it," Mr. Rapp said, a little uncertainly. "I mean, it's working. I ought to pay." "I goofed," the repairman said. He picked up his tools and moved toward the door. "Like, I won't mention it to anybody if you won't. But I goofed all right. Didn't you see the picture?" "But whatever you did, it worked," Mr. Rapp said. "The picture's right side up." "I know," the repairman said. "Only somewhere there's a studio that's upside down. I just goofed, Pops, that's all." He closed the door behind him, leaving Mr. Rapp still staring at the immobile right side up message on the glowing screen. End of Something Will Turn Up. by David Mason. Stopover by William Gherkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Stopover by William Gherkin. What will the world be like the day after tomorrow for the lonely ones who will have talents that others will half fear, half envy? William Gherkin describes a strange world in which young and old will have to find new values and pursue new dreams as they search for the answer. When he opened the door to the shed that day and saw the axe suspended in mid-air, he understood what was wrong. He had been living with us for a week before I found out he was a lifter. Even the discovery was an accident. I had started for the store, but then remembered a chore I wanted him to do. I heard the sounds of wood chopping coming from the shed, so I went behind the house to the small wooden structure. I must have gasped or something, because he turned around to look at me, dropping the axe he had poised over a block of wood as he turned. Only he hadn't been holding the axe. It had been hanging in mid-air without support. The first time I saw him was when he knocked on my door. I don't think I'll ever forget how he looked. Tall and thin, old clothes and older shoes, an unruly mop of blonde hair. It was only when I looked at his face that I realized that he was more than a mere boy of 18 or 19. The tired lines around his mouth, the sad, mature look in his eyes, the stoop already evident in his young shoulders. He had been forced to mature too early, and seemed to have knowledge a boy his age had no right to be burdened with. I was wondering if I might get a bite to eat, sir," he said. I grinned. No matter how he looked, he was no different from anyone else his age where food was concerned. "Sure, come on in and rest a spell," I told him. "Marty, can you fix a plate or something? We got a guest." Marty, my wife, glanced through the kitchen doorway. After a cursory look at the boy, she smiled at him and went back to work. "Sit down, son. You look pretty done in. Come far today?" He nodded. "Guess it shows, huh?" he said, brushing the road dust from his trousers. "Uh-huh. Where you from?" "Not around here, I know." "Far back as I can remember, Oregon has been home." It wasn't hard to guess why he was almost 1,000 miles from home. During the war, over 10 million American families had been separated, their way of life destroyed by the hell of atomic bombings. Ever since its end, people had been seeking their loved ones, many only to find them dead or dying. Sometimes the searches stretched across continents or oceans. In that respect, the boy sitting opposite me was no different from hundreds of others I've seen in the past 10 years. The only difference was in his face. "Looking for your family?" I said, making it a statement. "Yes, sir." He smiled, as though the sentence had a double meaning. After he had eaten, he went down to the town store to look through its records. They all do. They turned the pages of the big stopover book, hoping a relative or a friend had passed through the same town. Then they signed the book, put down the date and where they're headed, and set out once more. Almost all towns have stopover books nowadays, and a good thing, too. They helped me find Marty back in '63, when the truce was finally signed. In fact, I found her right here in this town. We got married, settled down, and haven't been more than 100 miles away since. Martha called me into the kitchen almost as soon as he was gone. "He's a nice boy." That he is, I agreed. You know, I've been thinking. We could use a young fellow around here to help with the work. If he'll stay. There was something in his eyes, a sort of longing for someone very close to him. That kind usually takes off after a night's rest. I know. Guess I'll drop by the store, see if I can talk him into staying. By the time I reached the store, school was out, and a group of kids were gathered round him, listening to his description of the Rocky Mountains, which he had crossed during the summer. The kids weren't the only ones listening. Even the adults were standing around in the store, remembering the places they had once seen themselves, and getting such bits of news as he dropped about the other towns he had passed through. The Searchers are, next to the town radio stations, the only source of information we have now, so it's no wonder they're so warmly greeted wherever they stop. Soon as he'd finished telling about the Rockies, I said we'd appreciate it if he would stay for supper. He said he would, and later, while he and Tommy, my 8-year-old son, and I were walking home, I asked him if he'd stay with us for a while. For a moment he looked wistful, as if wishing he could stay here, and forget whoever he was trying to find. Then he smiled and said thanks, he would stay for a week or so. He was real helpful, too, cutting stove and fireplace wood for the coming winter, running errands, hunting for game animals, and teaching at the school. Almost all searchers teach when they can be persuaded to stay in town for a spell. Since there are no more colleges to produce teachers, anyone who knows something useful takes a turn at teaching. For the war, I was a mathematics major in college, so twice a week I teach all kinds of math at school, from numbers through calculus. Mostly, searchers teach about what the places they had passed through are like. Then, when I opened the door to the shed that day and saw the axe suspended in midair, I suddenly realized why he had that sad, tired look about him all the time. He picked up the axe from where it had fallen and stood it against the wall. Reaching for his jacket, he said, I guess I'd better be moving along, Mr. Tranton. I'm really sorry if I've caused you any trouble. He started past me for the door. Hold on, son. I grabbed his arm. Why the rush? I don't want to cause you any trouble. Now that you know what I am, he gritted the words out bitterly, the word will get around. I wouldn't want the others in town to be angry with you because of me. You and Mrs. Tranton have been swell to me. Thanks for everything. He tried to pull his arm loose, but I held fast. Let's go inside and have a cup of coffee, I suggested. I don't know about the other towns you've been through, but here we don't hate a person because he might happen to have powers we don't. Yesterday I was down at the store and heard one of the men sounding off about us, he said. He didn't sound like he cared much for us. Must have been John Atherson. He never could understand ESP, and he blames the war on it. We just let him talk. Can't change a person like that. We went up the back steps and through the door into the kitchen. Go on, show Marty, I said, taking off my jacket. He looked at me to make sure I meant it. Then he raised the coffee pot from the stove and watched it move across the room under its own power to the table where I was sitting. Leaving the pot in midair, he made the cupboard open, and still standing in the middle of the room, floated 3 cups and saucers to the table. Then he got the cream, sugar, and 3 spoons, put them on the table, and poured the coffee. Marty watched the coffee pot move back to the stove, her mouth open in amazement. I heard of it, but I don't think I'd have believed it if I hadn't seen it, I nodded, and she smiled at him. Now that I know, she said, I'm even gladder you chose to stay here for a while. He grinned. Thanks. He sat down with us at the table and stirred some sugar into his coffee. It must be hard on you. Marty said quietly, in a knowing way. "Are you really looking for your family, or for others with ESP? My father was killed during the bombings. After that, Mom and I were alone. She only had a little talent. Dad and I were the ones who were really adept. Anyway, we stayed on the small farm we owned until last spring. Then Mom married again, and I was free to leave. I think her new husband was sorry to see me go, because it meant a lot of manual work for him that I had been doing an easier way. I decided to see if I couldn't find others like myself, so I left and started across the country." "Do you have any other powers, or can you just control things?" Marty asked. He grinned. "If you mean, am I an all-around Superman? No. Dad wasn't either. I do have a scattering of other PSI talents, though, but nothing as well developed as my telekinesis. I'm still working on them." Tommy came in from school just then. "Could you teach him how to use his mind that way, or do you have to be born with it?" I said. He smiled again. "No, you don't have to be born with it. Everyone could do it if they started training themselves young enough to use their minds to the fullest extent. All through history, certain people have had strange powers. The trouble was, they were thought to be freaks instead of the better developed humans they actually were. Even now, we're only on the threshold of learning the full power of the mind." He turned to Tommy. "Would you like to learn how to do things, Tommy?" "Sure. Like what?" He glanced at Marty and me. "Like making the world a better place to live." 2 weeks later, at a meeting of the town council, I wasn't too worried about getting the proposal accepted. We might have some trouble with Atherson, but I figured between the two of us we could handle him. When the new business came up, I stood up and led Tommy to the front of the hall. There were a few whispers as we went, as children under 15 aren't allowed in the hall during a council meeting. "Tommy has something to say to you which, I think, will interest everyone here. Go on, son." Seconds afterwards, we all heard a clear "Hello," but not with our ears. The word came from inside our heads. Someone said, "The kid's a telepath," and the silence was broken. Everybody was talking at the same time. "I suppose you think it's an honor to have one of them damn things for your son," Atherson yelled. "I'm glad you're the one who got stuck, and not me." "Tommy was not born a telepath, John," I told him. "He has been deliberately trained to make use of the latent power in his brain. And I don't think I'm stuck either. We all know we've been slowly slipping into retrogression ever since '63. None of us like it, but there isn't anything we can do to halt it. Yet. We don't want our children, or their children, to keep slipping backwards. If we don't stop it in our lifetime, we may not be able to stop it at all. As I see it, the best chance we have to at least achieve a status quo is to accept the aid of those among us with PSI talents are willing to give. After all, it's their world, too. With their help, we may be able to build a better civilization, one without the socio-political diseases that led to the war. The young man who has been staying at my house for the past 3 weeks taught Tommy to do what he just did. He says he thinks he can do it with any child under 10 years old, and is even willing to try it with some teenagers. Of course, Tommy's training has just begun. He will keep on learning for years. Here's my idea. If some of the children get a grounding in how to develop their dormant brain power, by the time they're 20, they'll be able to mold a new society, one geared to the present culture instead of the past traditions. How about it? I waited. For a minute there was silence. Finally, one of the older men stood up. Is he sure he can do it? All we know is it worked with Tommy, I replied. I don't like it. It's unnatural, Atherson said. No one asked you to like it. someone said. Another called, "Do you think 3 world wars in 50 years is natural? Let's take a vote." A vote was taken, and it was decided to add an extra class for those children whose parents wanted them to attend. After a month, the council would expect a report on what progress, or a lack of it, had been made. A few weeks later, when my math class was over, I hung around to watch the new class. It was divided into small groups, each training on a different PSI talent. One group was lifting pencils and gently returning them to desks by telekinesis. Another was sitting quietly, once in a while breaking into shouts of laughter, probably telepathy. There were other groups, but I didn't know enough about the talents to identify their work. During the time he was teaching, he met a girl. They spent quite a bit of time together, and she joined the special class. By the time the report to the council came due, it wasn't hard to tell they were in love. Just about everyone in town turned out for that meeting. The boys and girls who were taking the class were seated at the front of the hall. The report was first on the agenda, so the kids could go home to bed. "When we started," he said, "I asked those children who weren't interested, or who were, unsuited to the work, to leave. Then we ran through a general training exercise, and after a week I split the class up into groups. Each group was to concentrate on one talent, but general sessions for the entire class give everyone practice in all talents. I think we've made fairly good progress. Some of the older teenagers have shown an interest in the talents." He glanced at his girl. "And although progress has not been as rapid as with the younger children, they are sufficiently developed to help instruct. Now your children are going to demonstrate what they have learned." For the next half hour we watched Tommy and 14 other boys and girls work. Tommy and the others who had concentrated on telepathy read silently to us from books and talked to each other, projecting their thoughts so we could also listen in. The telekinesis group all worked together to build a small table. All the necessary materials were stacked at the front of the room. The kids sat in a half circle, their brows furrowed in concentration as lumber, nails, and hammers moved under the guidance of their minds. When they had finished, the table was complete, even to the sanding and a coat of varnish. Finally, the one with precognition, a girl about 6 years old, with long blonde hair, gave the weather forecast for the next 2 weeks. Copies of her prediction were passed out to us, so we could check her accuracy. Once the kids were gone, he stood up again. "I hope you are all convinced as to what can be accomplished through the use of PSI. The talents can and should be used for the betterment of society, not for carnival sideshows. Of course, there are more than those just demonstrated. Unfortunately, I couldn't find them present in this group, and was hoping for either a healer or a sensitive, but no one had the necessary ability. If you want the class continued, the decision is yours. Thanks for having open minds, and for giving me a chance." He picked up his jacket and walked out. Atherson didn't bother to come to the meeting, so the vote to continue the class was unanimous. He stayed on, teaching part-time, helping out with the work at my place, and seeing his girl. Then, one afternoon 2 weeks after the council meeting, she came to see me. "You've got to stop him, Mr. Tranton," she said. "He's going to leave. He told me he was going right after he finished the class today. He's probably down at the store right now, buying things to take with him. You've got to make him stay." "Why?" I asked quietly, watching the tears well up in her eyes. She hadn't lost her composure yet, but she felt so strongly about him she was on the verge of breaking down. "Because I love him, and he loves me," she retorted. "That's why. Won't you talk to him? At least get him to take me with him. Please?" "You said you love him. Would you rather he stayed here? And was never fully happy? Or left to continue searching, maybe to return someday, ready to settle down? If you really love him, there's no question. Couldn't he take me with him? I shook my head. I don't think you should even ask him to take you. You'd be a burden that would slow him down. He'd worry about you, have to get your food and find shelter for you. He might let you go with him, but don't ask him to. He's too young to be tied down. Now go on, and wish him good luck, and kiss him goodbye. He's coming up the road now. She glanced out the open window, jumped up, and ran out into the sunlight, to wait at the side of the road. I picked up the book I had been reading, but the window was too close to the road for me to concentrate on the pages. She didn't say anything until he was standing before her. "I'll be waiting," she said. "Take good care of yourself." He nodded. "I have to go," he told her, "partly because it was Dad's last wish, partly because I need others of my own kind. Alone, we can't help the world much. Together, there's a good chance for results. I left a letter for the council saying you were going to take over the class because you have the ability to carry on. Watch Kathy and help her all you can. She's got it. Her weather forecasts prove that much. You've got to drum that into her. Never let her forget it. Maybe I'll be back. I hope so. But first, I have to find others. I need them, and they might need me. We're still not completely self-sufficient. Give the kids my love and keep them at it. Just don't forget they are kids. Give them a chance to grow up as normally as possible. That's a chance I didn't have." He kissed her tenderly, then started off down the road. When he reached the crest of the hill, he turned and waved. Marty joined me at the doorway, and we waved too. Outlined against the bright blue afternoon sky, he stood immobile for a moment. To many, he would have been just another young man with a tired out face, but to me, the symbol of a better life for Tommy and his children, a life unmarred by the threat of instant death as punishment for something he had little control over. He's gone now, but the work will go on, and the Athersons of the world will come to realize he is giving us another chance, a chance we don't really deserve. Somehow he reminds me of another man, a man who said, "Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of God." End of Stopover.
Toy Shop. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Xander Phillips. Toy Shop by Henry Maxwell Dempsey. The gadget was strictly, beyond any question, a toy. Not a real, workable device. Except for the way it could work under a man's mental skin. Because there were few adults in the crowd, and Colonel Biff Houghton stood over 6 feet tall, he could see every detail of the demonstration. The children, and most of the parents, gaped in wide-eyed wonder. Bill Houghton was too sophisticated to be awed. He stayed on because he wanted to find out what the trick was that made the gadget work. "It's all explained right here in your instruction book," the demonstrator said, holding up a garishly printed booklet open to a 4-color diagram. "You all know how magnets pick up things, and I bet you even know that the Earth itself is one great big magnet. That's why compasses always point north. Well, the Atomic Wonder Space Wave Tapper hangs onto those space waves. Invisibly all around us, and even going right through us, are the magnetic waves of the Earth. The Atomic Wonder rides these waves just the way a ship rides on the waves of the ocean. Now watch." Every eye was on him as he put the gaudy model rocket ship on the table and stepped back. It was made of stamped metal and seemed as incapable of flying as a can of ham, which it very much resembled. Neither wings, propellers, nor jets broke through the painted surface. It rested on 3 rubber wheels, and coming out through the bottom was a double strand of thin insulated wire. This white wire ran across the top of the black table and terminated in a control box in the demonstrator's hand. An indicator light, a switch, and a knob appeared to be the only controls. I turn on the power switch, sending a surge of current to the wave receptors, he said. The switch clicked, and the light blinked on and off with a steady pulse. Then the man began to slowly turn the knob. A careful touch on the wave generator is necessary, as we are dealing with the powers of the whole world here. A concerted "ah" swept through the crowd as the space wave tapper shifted a bit, then rose slowly into the air. The demonstrator stepped back, and the toy rose higher and higher, bobbing gently on the invisible waves of magnetic force that supported it. Ever so slowly the power was reduced, and it settled back to the table. "Only $17.95, the young man said, putting a large price sign on the table, "for the complete set of the Atomic Wonder, the Space Tapper control box, battery, and instruction book." At the appearance of the price card, the crowd broke up noisily, and the children rushed away toward the operating model trains. The demonstrator's words were lost in their noisy passage, and after a moment he sank into a gloomy silence. He put the control box down, yawned, and sat on the edge of the table. Colonel Houghton was the only one left after the crowd had moved on. "Could you tell me how this thing works?" the colonel asked, coming forward. The demonstrator brightened up and picked up one of the toys. "Well, if you'll look here, sir." He opened the hinged top. "You'll see the space wave coils at each end of the ship." With a pencil he pointed out the odd-shaped plastic forms about an inch in diameter that had been wound, apparently at random, with a few turns of copper wire. Except for these coils, the interior of the model was empty. The coils were wired together, and other wires ran out through the hole in the bottom of the control box. Bill Houghton turned a very quizzical eye on the gadget, and upon the demonstrator, who completely ignored this sign of disbelief. "Inside the control box is the battery," the young man said, snapping it open and pointing to an ordinary flashlight battery. "The current goes through the power switch and the power light to the wave generator." "What you mean to say," Biff broke in, "is that the juice from this 15-cent battery goes through this cheap rheostat to those meaningless coils in the model, and absolutely nothing happens. Now tell me what really flies this thing. If I'm going to drop $18 for 6 bits worth of 10, I want to know what I'm getting." The demonstrator flushed. "I'm sorry, sir," he stammered. "I wasn't trying to hide anything. Like any magic trick, this one can't really be demonstrated until it has been purchased." He leaned forward and whispered confidentially. "I'll tell you what I'll do, though. This thing is way overpriced and hasn't been moving at all. The manager said I could let him go for $3 if I could find any takers. If you want to buy it for that price—" "Sold, my boy," the colonel said, slamming 3 bills down on the table. "I'll give that much for it, no matter how it works. The boys in the shop will get a kick out of it." He tapped the winged rocket on his chest. "Now, really, what holds it up?" The demonstrator looked around carefully, then pointed. "Strings," he said. "Or, rather, a black thread. It runs from the top of the model, through a tiny loop in the ceiling, and then back down to my hand, tied to this ring on my finger. When I back up, the model rises. It's simple as that." "All good illusions are simple," the colonel grunted, tracing the black thread with his eye. "As long as there's plenty of flim-flam to distract the viewer." "If you don't have a black table, a black cloth will do," the young man said. "And the arch of a doorway is a good sight. Just see that the room in back is dark." "Wrap it up, my boy. I wasn't born yesterday. I'm an old hand at this kind of thing." Bill Houghton sprang it at the next Thursday night poker party. The gang were all missile men, and they cheered and jeered as he hammed up the introduction. "Let me copy the diagram, Biff. I could use some of those magnetic waves in the new bird. Those flashlight batteries are cheaper than locks. This is the thing of the future." Only Ted Kaner caught wise as the flight began. He was an amateur magician and spotted the gimmick at once. He kept silent with professional courtesy, and smiled ironically as the rest of the bunch grew silent one by one. The colonel was a good showman, and he had set the scene well. He almost had them believing in the space wave tapper before he was through. When the model had landed and he had switched it off, he couldn't stop them from crowding around the table. "A thread," one of the engineers shouted, almost with relief, and they all laughed along with him. "Too bad," the head project physicist said. "I was hoping that little space wave tapping could help us out. Let me try a flight with it." "Teddy Kaner first," Bill announced. "He spotted it while you were all watching the flashing lights, only he didn't say anything." Kaner slipped the ring with the black thread over his finger and started to step back. "You have to turn the switch on first," Biff said. "I know," Kaner smiled. "But that's part of illusion, the spiel and the misdirection. I'm going to try this cold first so I can get it moving up and down smoothly. then go through it with the whole works. He moved his hand back smoothly in a professional manner that drew no attention to it. The model lifted from the table, then crashed back down. The thread broke, Keener said. You jerked it instead of pulling it smoothly, Biff said, and nodded the broken thread. Here, let me show you how to do it. The thread broke again when Biff tried it, which got a good laugh that made his collar a little warm. Someone mentioned the poker game. This was the only time that poker was mentioned or even remembered that night, because very soon after this they found that the thread would lift the model only when the switch was on, and 2.5 volts flowing through the joke coils. With the current turned off, the model was too heavy to lift. The thread broke every time. I still think it's a screwy idea, the young man said. 1 week getting fallen arches demonstrating these toy ships for every brat within 1,000 miles. Then selling the things for $3 when they must have cost at least $100 apiece to make. But you did sell the 10 of them to the people who would be interested? The older man asked. I think so. I caught a few Air Force officers and a colonel in missiles one day. Then there was one official I remembered from the Bureau of Standards. Luckily, he didn't recognize me. Then those 2 professors you spotted from the university. Then the problem is out of our hands and into theirs. All we have to do now is sit back and wait for the results. What results? These people weren't interested when we were hammering on their doors with the proof. We've patented the coils and can prove to anyone that there's a reduction in weight around them when they're operating. But a small reduction, and we don't know what's causing it. No one could be interested in a thing like that. A fractional weight decrease in a clumsy model? Certainly not enough to lift the weight of the generator. No one wrapped up in massive fuel consumption, tons of lift and such, is going to have any time to worry about a crackpot who thinks he found a minor slip in Newton's laws. You think they will now? The young man asked, cracking his knuckles impatiently. I know they will. The tensile strength of that thread is correctly adjusted to the weight of the model. The thread will break if you try to lift the model with it. Yet you can lift the model after a small increment of its weight has been removed by the coils. This is going to bug these men. Nobody's going to ask them to solve the problem or concern themselves with it, but it will nag at them because they know this effect can't possibly exist. They'll see at once that the magnet wave theory is nonsense, or perhaps true, we don't know. But they will all be thinking about it and worrying about it. Someone's going to experiment in his basement, just as a hobby, of course, to find the cause of the error. And he or someone else is going to find out what makes those coils work, or maybe a way to improve them. And we have the patents. Correct. They will be doing the research that will take them out of the massive lift propulsion business and into the field of pure spaceflight. And in doing so, they will be making us rich, whenever the time comes to manufacture, the young man said cynically. We'll all be rich, son, the older man said, patting him on the shoulder. Believe me, you're not going to recognize this old world 10 years from now. End of Toy Shop by Henry Maxwell Dempsey. Recording by Xander Phillips.